Hello, YouTube. Good seeing you, YouTube. I apologize for nothing. There's nothing to apologize for. It's just my default impulse. Default impulse, apologize, always. Maddie B, welcome back. It's good to see you again. Yeah. Class yesterday went well. I should say that. Class yesterday, a pretty good time on the whole. But, yeah, nothing really to report. The students were largely active, largely attentive, and, yeah, a couple talked to me after class about particular ideas they want some clarification on, and man, I love that. One challenge during teaching is always the difficulty of knowing to what degree each student is engaged, to what degree each student is understanding things. You know, I ask them to ask questions and to give me their thoughts throughout, but often students just don't. And so I look at them and I look for signs of incomprehension, but only at the end of the class do some students come talk to me, and only when exams come do I really know, oh no, that student missed this. I occasionally wish I had the superpower of reading minds, not for creepy reasons, but just so I could get the sense of, you know, are my students actually where I need them to be or want them to be, etc. And that's, it's a heck of a thing to want so badly, and perhaps even need to understand another person's perspective to do one's job well. But as I say that, I guess it's true for lots of people, right? Thinking of the social worker, the therapist, thinking of the doctor. I guess the doctor can look at signs and symptoms on the body, but being able to know where someone else is so useful. Maybe for creepy marketing reasons also, or negotiation reasons. If I just say this one thing and take advantage of them. Hey, Maddie B is wondering, I played the game Workers and Resources. What input do I have? Should you buy it? I mean, once you play Workers and Resources, no other city builder game will ever be the same. It is the most complex and detailed city builder I have ever played, and I love it and hate it simultaneously. It feels so good to control and to think about and engage with really every single part of the game, and you can play it realistic mode. And if you play it realistic mode, it is generally the case that you must get every resource to every job site before anything happens. And so, let's think about the things you need to make a building. Right? Usually in other city builders, you just have 10,000 sim blocks and you push a button and there the building is. In other games, you push the button and then after a certain period of build time, maybe some workers have to walk over, the building is there. In Workers and Resources, you have to build a road to the location. You have to use trucks to move concrete. You have to have people who are manning the trucks. After the concrete comes, you need some copper also. And it's a really, really deep logistics game perspective on the city builder. So again, for me, Workers and Resources is so good. However, occasionally the game is incredibly mean. If you've not done this one small thing correctly, it all begins to fall apart. And then you do the diagnostic thing of, oh no, what fell apart? And yeah, I mean, if you want a game that catches your attention entirely and you're into it, I can't recommend it any more fully. It is a game that's, it's a game that allows one to play a perfect mode. If you want that mode, it is so darn good. But if you're not so much into the idea of a really deep city builder, perhaps not for you. Velvet Moxie, welcome back. You were at the end of stream last night, began today. Welcome. And Noms, how's it going? Yeah.
Hello.
It's good seeing you.
I am leaving now.
You are leaving now.
Especially because someone has placed their butt in the chat.
Yeah. New chatter. I think Bud's like in a chair, possibly. I hope. I'm not sure.
I see.
I've never heard this phrase before, but I guess like it is a unique way of engaging, and that's fun. That's fun. Anyway, Noms, looking forward today. Not looking forward today. What is like on a scale from? Oh, it's okay. Is that like a 5, a 7, a?
I'm not.
That's okay. Anyway, don't stay out too late. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. All right.
Okay.
Hope it's good. Love you. All right. Very good. It's a lot to process. Yeah, you asked a simple question of what recommendation do I have on Workers and Resources, and you got a 3 or 4 minute exegesis of the same. I will say emphatically, it is a good game on Steam sale. I'd recommend buying it and trying it. Of course, you can play it for 2 hours before you can't return it, which is great, of course. HBG asks a exclamation point therapy question. Why do I always preemptively apologize? Let's not go too deep into it, but it is the case that apologizing made the critique stop once upon a time. Apologizing made the bad words stop. That's enough for right now. But yeah, I have my relationship with the word "I'm sorry," or phrase "I'm sorry," is one I can't fully analyze for you. It involves too much depth, but there have been times that I've apologized on behalf of the sun. Hey, sitting in this position in the restaurant, the sun's getting in my eyes. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. Right, where I don't control the sun, and the waiter or waitress is the ones who put us in that location. There's literally nothing for me to apologize for, but I think my immediate response to any social unrest, social dis-ease, social matter of anxiety or awkwardness comes from a desire to diffuse things immediately, not really working through them, but instead just making them stop. It comes from empathy. I mean, that's a kind thing to say. I want to be empathetic. I think empathy is one of the more important things in human life. I can tell you in that moment, though, it's not empathy. It comes from anxiety, a very, very inward feeling, not an outward feeling. But I think, being outwardly exposed and thoughtful is so important for sure. Friends, I have some new cat pictures. I have new cat pictures for you today. I did not intend to have cat pictures, but occasionally the moment presents itself, and so I should show these to you and delight you, I hope. And so we go to this screen right here. There's good old Fritz, looking adorable as always. Those are the photos from last week, and I thought, we'd never be able to replace that one anytime soon, because it's such a nice photo that I'm very proud of taking. But you'll recall that yesterday, I came on stream and said we bought something new for Fritz. We bought him some silver vine, I believe. It's a kind of product or plant, I suppose, that's good for cats and makes them happy and excited, perhaps in a similar way to catnip doing so. Fritz does not respond at all to the catnip, and so I said, okay, well, maybe this stuff will work. And then you might recall I reported back yesterday, absolute disaster. Namely, it didn't work. Unfortunately, Cat Fritz was just not into the silver vine, and so it remained on the pile of toys that we got for Fritz that he does not care about, which is always expanding, and we hope one of these days he will care about these things. But then yesterday, I decided to push the issue a little bit. After I got home from teaching, I decided to stretch out on the floor with Fritz, which I often do to give him cuddles and so on, and I decided that I would pick up the silver leaf and do a couple things with it. Number one, I would go ahead and crinkle it some. This branch had kind of loose bark on it, and so crinkled the bark a little bit, and then sort of put it right in his face. And so Mr. Fritz, became kind of curious. He has some dust on his face. That's not a very good look, but he I didn't even notice that till right now. That's a bit of dust of some sort. He must have been looking somewhere under a couch or something. But he started rubbing his face on it a little bit, and then he wanted to chew on it a little bit. If I released it, he would not hold it in his mouth, but it fell to the floor, and he started poking at it some. And I was really quite happy. Also, it's very strange seeing my hand right there. I swear my hand is not that large. It's just this size. I have normal person hands. But then, I went ahead and let it drop to the floor and backed out just a little bit. And my friends, behold, Mr. Fritz is all about the silver vine. And that makes me very, very happy. Both because I thought it didn't work, and then also because it gives him one more thing to care about in the world, and he was cuddling up against it, and he turned on his back and was, just really, really into it for a while. And then I left it on the floor with him, and throughout the evening he would paw it around some and roll it from place to place, and it got stuck under the couch at one point. I didn't notice right away, but I noticed like Fritz just sitting at the couch looking underneath, like dead eyes ahead, as opposed, or I guess intense eyes ahead, as opposed to sitting in normal places. Like, oh, what happened? And yes, indeed, underneath there, just out of his reach, was this branch. So I think he might have a new friend. This goes in the direction of my thought that he needs more things from outside. Things that smell like the outside world, things that allow him to engage in new scents. And so I think tomorrow I'm going to take one of his cat toys, maybe two, in my pocket. And I don't know, like rub them in some dirt somewhere. I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but I'd like to give him a more engaging, interesting life, because as an indoor cat, he has his places, he has his fun, and he kind of goes through the same routine most days. I'm someone who very much likes the idea of a routine, but I know that other humans don't. Other humans find doing the same thing over and over absolutely insufferable. I wonder how that is for the cat. With the cat, like outside things are not so much. I've thought about leash training him. Yeah, I know that some cats can be okay on leashes outside the house. Fritz is not one for that. He is absolutely terrified of the existence of the outside world if he has to go into it. Even times when I've taken him onto our balcony to walk around on his own, or to hold him up, he'll immediately want to run back inside. He's just overwhelmed in some sense by any place that's not his indoors. Now, I know he grew up outside until he was adoptable. I don't know if he's thinking that I'm going to abandon him out there and he'll never get to see the inside again, or if it just sense that he likes his place. So no. I suspect if I put him in a leash, number one, he would not like having that on his body. And then number two, if we got over that and I took him outside, even onto the porch, he would probably lock in, and we could maybe stand up there for 10 minutes and eventually get used to it. I could sit and pet him, but part of me thinks it's not worth the process of challenging him that way, of pushing him to do more than he's comfortable doing for any particular reason. Put more directly, I don't like traumatizing the cat, and I hope I continue not doing so. Hopefully. Good seeing you, Kaner. Hello to KevRev Stev. Welcome back indeed. Friends, another day of Hearts of Iron is coming your way pretty darn soon. But yeah, I don't really have too many more stories. I don't have too much else going on today, and we're in the grading period of the term once more, and often in the grading period, my evenings really are, I come home, I eat dinner. Last night we had some delightful Japanese curry, and then after that's done, I take 10-20 minutes to do the crossword with my wife, and then we, after that, just sit down and start working again. So I don't know, student papers are fine so far. Some of them are creative in interesting ways. One of my students submitted a video essay about sacrifice, and the way he decided to frame it was he apparently sent social media messages to every single person he knew, his fellow classmates, just guys and gals he's met, his sports team, on every single social media platform. So wherever he's on, Instagram and TikTok, I don't know how these things work, but all of them. And he said, I would like you to show up with me at this park at X time on Sunday. I realize you have things to do, you'd like to sleep in, but it's for an assignment. And he had 50 friends show up at this place, and all of them tailored this video, like said a little phrase together about sacrifice. And he's like, yeah, this is what it is to sacrifice in friendship. This is what it is to be willing to help somebody else out. And now, obviously, 50 people is a lot of people. But you think about it, like, what are the kind of sacrifices we make for friendship? The easy one that comes to mind, of course, is when it's time for someone to move house. When people move house, they have the moment of hey, I have a lot of heavy boxes. Would you mind putting the heavy boxes inside of this large box? And then we move the large box and we take the heavy boxes out of the large box. And I'm getting to the point now where I don't think I'll do too much more of that. I'm happy to help out a friend, but it is the case that I'm getting a little creakier than before. But man, I love the idea of just popping in for friendship. Now, of course, there's the more serious version. If a friend's going through a hard time, you might make the sacrifice of sitting with some very sad, very challenging feelings. And it might be awkward, it might be hard, you might realize you have nothing to say. A person who's in deep mourning, a person who's lost their job or going through a divorce or whatever else, just being there for them can feel like a kind of sacrifice, even though it's like the right one to make for the friend. But yeah, I think this is one of the more interesting ways a student has presented the idea. And even if you've just gotten one or two students or one or two friends to, show up and talk about how they'd rather be sleeping in, but they're on this dumb video instead, I'd be all about it. But again, 50 people is a huge number. I honestly don't know if I know 50 people here in Tokyo other than my colleagues. Who knows? Pickled says there are Heart of Iron multiplayer game in the future. I don't think so. I don't know. Like, on the one hand, I really enjoy doing multiplayer things with you all. I think it's a good way to build our community and to be something other than just some guy playing video games. And I think it's important for me to find ways to have value add for you all, other than just watch the man play video games. I think part of that is the intro right here, of course. But I only want to play multiplayer games where I believe that I would do halfway decently in it, as opposed to just getting rolled over. And I think it's the case that, Hearts of Iron, of course, is much more militaristically focused than the other Paradox games. And so it's inevitable that Crisis will come. It's inevitable that the players will be fighting each other, and maybe that's fine. Maybe we should say that's a good thing. But I do kind of prefer cooperative games for multiplayer that take more than one stream. But if we're all getting together and just shooting at each other in CSGO or something, or TF2 rather, awesome. It's one stream, silly fun. But if we're plotting and planning and playing the game over a week, and it's just constantly people are like, hey, let me beat up on you. You're a new player, I'm an experienced player, you just die. Here's the meta division planner. If you're not using that, you just lose. Like, that's kind of lame to me, so I don't know. No promises, no guarantees. Maybe we'll do multiplayer streams again in the future, but they're not exactly the vibe of what I go for in general. Partially I'm a control freak. That's not true. That's not true. Full Juice, good seeing you. You're saying that the territory thing, for cats, a territory thing. Most cats only feel safe in territory. Got it. I had another cat, Sasha Bear, who would explore pretty freely. When going outside, always in guided trips, should go out very slowly and sniff around. She liked knowing that the door was open behind her. But she would get pretty far away from our front door so long as I would go with her. And so I don't know if she thought that I was like the cat that would keep her safe or what, but yeah, it's just interesting seeing the differences in behavior between the two cats, though it's the case that I shouldn't be surprised, right? The same way that every person is a little different, has different backgrounds, experiences, genetics, training, education, etc., etc., etc. And it's a nice thing to see the differences, though. Fritz is absolutely a scaredy cat. Hello, Salty, random scroller here, hydration imposter check. Good to see you, Salty. We're just beginning the stream right now. It is the case that I'm slumped over on my desk for sure. But I'm at a standing desk, right? So the majority of today's stream will be me in upright position here, playing the game and talking. But during the friendly chit chat section at the beginning, we lean in. We're like, hello friends, friendly chit chat time. You don't want authoritative streamer stance. You want friendly chit chat stance, or that's my belief. For hydration, don't you worry. I had some 2 glasses of coffee and 2 glasses of water before stream started all the way. But yeah, I understand that cats, have a sense of territory, of safe places, of unsafe places. I just wish Fritz were not afraid of literally everything new in his life. Anytime that a person comes to visit, he immediately runs away. And indeed, as I mentioned before, he scares himself regularly. So it's entirely possible that he's holding that little stick there, and at some point he'll throw it in the air a little bit, and then run all the way upstairs because, oh god, the stick's alive, and then come down again very slowly, and worry that his toys are coming to get him somehow. So who knows. Alistair, good seeing you today. Hello to you today, Mass, welcome back. If I missed a hello to you, Odd Blue, welcome. Triskel, welcome. Missed a hello to you. Hello to you, I'm sorry for that. And, yeah, that's about all I have for stories for right now. So anything you've got you want to share, I'd love to know. Any topics you want me to discuss a little bit, I'd like to go ahead and chat about anything you got. And then we'll go ahead and play a couple little mini games, and then we'll get into our main game of the week, our Hearts of Iron Kaiserreich Canada playthrough, as the rest of the world seems to be moving in the direction of freedom and rights, or at least that's the goal. Our playthrough is focused on primarily building our government, building our university into, not university, sorry, HPG, I read the message, building our nation into a militaristic power that will go and invade Britain over and over and over again until we get our homeland back, gosh darn it. And I recognize to do that, we're probably need a very substantial navy. I have never had a successful naval invasion of Britain in any of the playthroughs I've seen or played myself, but we'll see how it goes for sure. Friends, the first ad is coming in about 1 minute's time. We'll just talk through this one as usual, but the ad will be 3 minutes at most, and then when that's done, we'll continue talking. So, HPG asked, do I want to chat about Columbia University? I mean, what do you want from me? You can probably guess, but yeah, I mean, as long as I've been involved in the business of teaching at the college level, always, one of the important things for me is recognizing that we do not have an in-loco apprentice relationship with the students. That is to say, we are not their parents, they are adults. And so I want to treat them as adults, both in terms of recognizing that they have a substantial set of rights, recognizing that universities receive federal funding and so are partially governmental institutions by dint of that, or at least are restricted by the government. Yeah, I mean, the idea that a green card holder who's engaged in legal protest would be arrested and deported is horrifying to me just as an ordinary citizen, but doubly horrifying to me as a professor. Because if there's any place in the U.S., any place on Earth that should be open for substantial debate and protest and questioning, etc., is, gosh, something I do not understand. It's horrible because the university is a place for discussion and a loss of consensus and a building up of a new one, hopefully. They're deporting teachers. Yeah, I saw a professor at Brown University who's been deported. And in both cases, the expression being used, these are national security concerns because the people are implicitly supporting, potentially, a regime that's been identified as being terroristic by the United States government. And yeah, I mean, what can I be that other than horrified? The university is increasingly an unsafe place. You know, I've said before, and I'll say again, the meaning of college has changed throughout my life, and certainly going even farther back, it's changed in a lot of ways. Right, a university in the United States initially to, make preachers. Right, the earliest universities in the United States were seminary-based, and so attempted to make preachers, and then eventually they became professional schools for lawyers also, and theologians and so on, and then gradually, it became that democratic ideal that people are able to engage in the process of thinking and growing and learning for citizenship, and for fuller life, especially in the post-World War II era. You have this great pile of people returning from war who need to find their place in society, and the university's for that. And then later than that, the university has turned into not preparation for democracy, but preparation for work explicitly. And with that, the businessification of the university, in which a lot are run simply as any other business would be, where the deep caring about public relations, a deep caring about like reputation, not in terms of academic quality, but in terms of like, do we hit the news? Do we get naughty letters from Congress and so on? So yeah, it makes me sad. It makes me very, very sad to see universities in the spotlight for any reason other than, gosh, ideas are great, or gosh, isn't it cool seeing technological development, etc., etc. So yep, don't have much to say other than that, but yes, I'm sad. I'm glad to be outside of the U.S. right now, because if we're in the U.S., I'm not quite sure what role I would feel obliged to play as a professor and as a person who cares about certain things. I would almost certainly be involved in protests at the least. Here there are minor protests at the U.S. Embassy, but I don't think they're effective in any way at all. Anyway, Reginald, good seeing you. It's good to see you today, Slivers. Welcome in, everybody. And it's somewhat more of an exclamation point Discord talk in some measure for the deeper stuff. But yeah, I don't want to be, gosh, I don't want to be like complicit or unthinking or disengaged from these issues. I know so many of you come here for escapism, and I do want to offer you that, but you know, throughout my fun, throughout my silly stories and serious gameplay, I'm still a person. I'm still a person who thinks very deeply about this stuff and takes it very, very seriously, and it hurts me and it breaks my heart, and I don't want to overwhelm you all with that, but it is happening in the background always, and so here we are. Democracy takes effort. Yeah, thank you for that, Kaner. I think it's the case that most things that are worthwhile in the world take effort, right? Most things that are valuable are not immediately valuable. You can't just like you can't just I don't know, see a random person and build a community with them. You have to do work, right? You have to create things together, and yeah, maintaining democracy, maintaining the belief in freedom, whatever that means, it's an important thing, but it's a difficult thing. And gosh, I don't know. But I hope that there's continuing resistance. I hope that those of you who feel motivated to do so at least like call your representatives and express your view to the degree possible. I think that's like pretty low level effort, but it can be scary. It is the case, you know, I've worked before at an Illinois State Representative's office, and part of my job was to separate out the different calls and emails we'd get for a day. And though it's the case that not everyone would be read and like respond to seriously, there would still be a number indicated. Hey, today we got 5 calls in favor of this and 3 calls against this, which kind of like a democratic representational understanding of people's feedback. And so yeah, it's very, very easy to send an email. It's very, very easy to make a quick phone call. You know, when you call, they'll say, "Hi, this is the office of so-and-so. What can I do for you?" And you can write a script that says, "Hi, I'm just calling to say I would like our representative. You know, I'm Bob from Tacoma or wherever. I'd like very much to express my representative that I want them to support, reject, work toward, work against. Just want to let you know, thank you." And that's all you got to do to get it on the radar in some sense. You're checked out as a U.S. citizen? Yeah, I mean, what does citizenship mean, right? What is it to be a citizen? Is it just a legal bureaucratic status? Or in the case of the U.S., if you take the founding moment seriously, you know, the founding moment seriously is very much a moment of your responsibility, not just possibly, responsibility to act as a citizen in the mode of representation. Voting is the easy version of this, but when things go awkward, you have a responsibility to at least lodge protest. It's part of being a rational being in a citizenship. Now, you can disagree with the Lockean framework. You can say that's not right, it's not true, but a lot of the United States is predicated on that understanding of citizenship. Your union did the same thing. Yeah, exactly, Jim. I know a lot of unions become active in a way they hadn't been for quite a while. A lot of unions have moved from kind of like a defensive, we just need to make sure we don't lose anything stance to instead, wow, something is not great in the state of Denmark. So there you go. A little bit of a resorty behind the scene politics. I haven't put on a tie yet, so I'm not a person. To be a citizen is you were born there and haven't been kicked out. Yeah. I think modern conceptions of citizenship really are just bureaucratic in most states. Like, it's where you pay your taxes, and that's about all. It's the set of laws you have to follow, where they come from. Who knows? But everything changes. Everything changes, and you can't stop the flow of change, but maybe you can push it a little bit, make it direct it one way or another, at least for yourself, if not for your community and maybe your state. And man, if we believe in democracy, it means people need to get involved. Democracy in word only is absolutely useless. It's democracy in deed, right? The move from theoria to praxis, if you want to. Kaner, you're a German, and so you exist in history. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Whatever happens in the coming few years here, and maybe, gosh, it's nothing. Whatever happens, though, it'll be in the history books. Because, man, we are history. We're living in history. This is as much history as any other time. Hello to you, History Teacher Steve. I'm sure you tell your students this regularly. History is not just the stuff that happened long ago, but it's what's being made and created and understood today also. So, yep. Back to escapism. Any silly questions? Anyone want to talk about, I don't know, their favorite pizza topping? Anyone want to talk about their number one item on the bucket list? Any bucket list items, friends? We like bucket list items. If you could do one and only one thing, that actually doesn't work. Better yet. If it was, what jacket? One second. We can find a jacket. Today is a day of blue. Blue? Brown. Gray? Oh no. I can't decide what jacket color works with my current clothing. I think blue does. You might need to tell me if this does not work, friends. This is an awkward decision. There are too many colors going on. Does this work? The problem is my shirt's gray, right? Usually my shirt's white, and so it counts as not being a color at all. But I think this is maybe a little bit too much. You think it works? Seems fine? Okay, very good. The fashion portion of the stream is over. Very good. Have I tried the game Democracy you gifted me? Oh, Carcinogen, you can't phrase it that way. Speaking of the topic, have you played a game? That part was great. I was like, oh, have I played this game? Let's see. That game that I gifted you? Oh, it was a very sweet gift. So Grandma, I know that you gave me a very nice sweater. I haven't had a chance to wear it yet. The weather's just not quite cold enough. But no. I've not played the game. I only have I know you're being curious, just the phrasing threw me off. But no, I mean, I only have so much time outside of streaming for gaming. It's been consumed by other game for right now, and yeah. As I always say with games, if people give me gifts at all, I'm so grateful. I appreciate the thought, I appreciate the spending of money, I appreciate all of these things, but I cannot promise I'll play them. And I'm sorry. Oh man. Never mind. I should stop taking gifts. Start rejecting all gifts. Need a 2-page email reviewing the game. Yeah, this is something I've struggled with. Not with stream, but in the rest of my life. The importance of writing thank you notes. And the standard childhood thank you note is, thank you for the gift. I really like thing X about it. I will use it in Y ways. Appreciate you, thank you again, etc. But man, I always struggle so much with the right thing to say in those moments, right? The right thing to say about, I like this thing about it, if it's not immediately obvious to me what I like about it. And so I think, the socially correct thing to do then is to make something up. And, the second line of, I'm going to use it in these ways. What if I don't intend to use it? Again, the socially correct way is to make something up. But that feels so gross to me. In conclusion, social niceties are gross. We should abolish them at once. No, I know it's important to be thankful. It's important to be grateful. But some part of me also says it's important to be honest. And so finding, thank you for thinking of me, I think is where I go with these days for these moments. It's very, very sweet that you considered me and that you took the time. But I think the childhood version makes it overly specific. And that said, there are probably non-form letter ways I could have been grateful as a kid. I just didn't understand them. How do you socially lubricate with social niceties? You don't leave the house. Or you do it this way. Hello, I'm Resorty. Doesn't matter what you say, I'm gonna keep talking now. No. I do read your messages. I try to respond to many of them, but I can't do them all, and so I don't know. I'm feeling like let's think about society today in a way that's not exactly helpful, so we're not going to do that. Friends, been live now for a little while. Been live now for about 45 minutes. Let's go and play some little games, and when that's done, we'll get back to Hearts of Iron. Return to the escapism that is the Second World War. Isn't that a good place to go? Though I guess in this case we are playing in a really alternative history world in which things are so unlike they are, but there's a question of how they might have been. And as I said previously, the developers have written so much and really thought about how the world worked would have worked if Germany had fallen, but not sure past that. All right, must get focused, must find Resorty. Had a slight issue just for stream today. Noms that I had a bit of a disconnection while the stream is at like 2 minutes and 30 seconds left until blah 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 time. And so the moment of I gotta find Resorty. I want to have this conversation. This is very important to me. I love you very much. And then very suddenly it was I gotta talk. And so if you go back to the beginning, you'll see me being slightly off in my Resorty finding this morning. Oh, where is he? He's in there somewhere. Playing roles. I had a student yesterday say to me she wished she could drop out of all of her social roles. And I asked her, what does that mean? And she said, I want to move to the wilderness. I want to just be totally alone and not have any responsibilities at all. And of course, this is a profoundly immature position, right? We can't reject everything that we need to do, and it's important to treat other people well. But I got it. I got what she means. And you feel a little overwhelmed by the world. Wouldn't it be nice to not think about which roles are important, but just say, all of them in the waste bin? And so I recommended she go read some about Christopher McCandless. Now, his goal, of course, was to go and find himself in the woods, and he did so in kind of foolish ways. But yeah, I think the into the wild conception of life appeals to many of us. Though the idea of having to hunt for food constantly and get rained on does not appeal at all, does it? Okay, let's go and play this silly little movie game. Friends, what's it called again? Framed. Friends, what movie is this? Not that one. What movie is this? These look like curries. In the upper right-hand corner, I see what appears to, or lower end corner, I see what appears to be palak paneer, spinach deliciousness. Now that said, it could be some other kind of soup. Is this the Soup Master? I'd say it strikes me in a 1970s, 1980s film based on the quality of the image there. But some movie about dining, it looks like. Now, there is a scene about dining in Monty Python's Meaning of Life, or the Mr. Creosote scene. And he does eat quite a few things, like multiple bowls of soup possibly, but I don't think it's presented in this serious kind of way. So I genuinely do not know. I'm going to guess one of the James Bonds, because that's all I know from that era. So we're going to go with... what, you only live twice, that's called? Only lovers left alive. You only die twice, that it? James Bond. James Down Peach, that's no good. On His Majesty's Secret Service, is that one? On Her Majesty's Secret Service, right, it's this one obviously. No, it's not. Okay, what do we see here? We see vehicles that make me think UK immediately. This being an Austin Mini Cooper, the thing my father loves more in life than anything except for maybe me. I'm not sure. The text here, JB and AOLVPIC. I don't know if this is English then, but I'm guessing it might be. So I want to say it's England. I want to say this is set in England, 1970s, but I have really no idea. And so we're going to continue guessing James Bond films, though I don't know which James Bond films are set more in England than in, like, jungles over sea, possibly. So, this may end up being one I do not know at all. We'll see how it goes. Alright, so you're gonna be that fine British movie. I don't want to keep guessing James Bond. We're gonna skip this one. We're gonna go on a little quick skip here. Fine. Okay, I know Kung Fu. So is this possibly some, like, Jackie Chan film? I know he was in the 1990s. Is this the Karate Kid? I don't think they went to merry old England. There's one, like, Val Kilmer? No. The French guy. The Belgian guy? Jean-Claude Van Damme film that would often play in the middle of the night on television. And I guess Dragon Guy, and like there's an underground fighting ring, and it's not this one, but a lot of blood in it, I remember. It's maybe called Bloodsport, possibly. I felt very naughty watching it, but I did enjoy it quite a bit. Are you One Punch Man? Or is that an anime? That might be an anime. Are you Ip Man? Is that what it's called? Are you Gemini Man? What's that? I don't know. Alright, hello to you, ma'am. I don't know who you are. I see, like, Japanese decoration styles behind. I see what looks like a bit of a jukebox. What are other karate movies I know of the era? Is there a film called Karate? Okay, I'm gonna do the Karate Kid. I'm fairly sure it's not this, but just in case, it's not. Okay, who is that man? I feel like this is a moment where I should know who that man is, and I just don't know at all. Yeah, nothing's coming to mind. I didn't expect to see a white guy, to be honest with you, at that point. I thought it was going to be primarily Asian actors, or Asian appearing actors. But I don't know. I'm putting Bloodsport in, even though I know it's not the one here. Flesh and Blood, close enough. All right, friends, this is the last guess. See, this is the part where I worry about, like, my deep-seated racism or ignorance, your call. Because I see muscly Asian karate guy, and I think immediately, oh, is that Jackie Chan? But I don't know if it is. And so there might be many, many other Asian actors. Surely there are. So, but it doesn't help at all. I've noticed this. What is this called, friends? That's Chuck Norris? Wait, really? This is Chuck Norris? Oh, now that you mention it. Oh, Bruce Lee is his name. Bruce Lee, I'm sorry. I confused Jackie Chan and Bruce Lee. I'm sorry. This is not Chuck Norris. Wait, people are insisting it's Chuck Norris. Yeah, I'm sorry. Bruce Lee is the one I meant to mention. Just Jackie Chan's name became mine. I meant Bruce Lee, though. So we have a disagreement. Is that Chuck Norris? I'm sorry I kept saying Jackie Chan. You know who I meant. Jackie Chan's the comedy guy, right? The comedy guy through and through. This is why I shouldn't say names on stream. Because the moment I do so, it's like, Resorty, you big old racist. Oh, it's terrible. Absolutely terrible. That happened last week with, I think, Denzel Washington or Jamie Foxx or someone. It's just a kind of ignorance I find incredibly gross in myself, but I present it for you in a scene of vulnerability. Alright. It's called Way of the Dragon? Enter the Dragon? Okay, a lot of people think Enter the Dragon. I do not know this film, but Enter the Dragon. Enter the Dragon. There we go. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, team! The majority of you said Enter the Dragon. Chat! A few of you did say Way of the Dragon. Darby Cat, I believe, was the first. That's alright, team. Occasionally, I'm wrong too. Like when I looked at this man and said, this is Jackie Chan. I make mistakes, you make mistakes. It's good to be able to show that we make mistakes. You know that Chuck Norris is not in Enter the Dragon. Is he in Way of the Dragon? Hello? Hello? Alright, so Way of the Dragon is Bruce Lee and Chuck Norris. Their character names are Tang Lung and Colt. Colt! 1972 Hong Kong film. Co-produced and directed by Bruce Lee. It's a comedy film. It's a comedy film. As such, it should be Jackie Chan. Wait. Oh, when you put comedy film, it says, look, the first comedy ever. Charlie Chaplin. Clearly. Huh. Primarily set in a restaurant in Rome, the owners are being harassed by a local crime boss and request help from a relative in Hong Kong. The help arrives in the form of a young martial artist. These films are of deep cultural significance. They're worth watching. I only have so much time in my life. I'd like to watch all of the movies. I'd like to read all the books. I'd like to play all of the video games, especially Democracy, a game sent to me by Carcinogen. Democracy, on sale now at your any fine game seller. Democracy. Lots of games to play, of course, but I only have so much time. That said, is this actually an important cultural artifact? See, when this would be a particular kind of bias that is unfair. When I see comedy film, some part of me immediately says, trivial. I know this is not true. I know that comedy is as much a part of cultural knowledge and learning as anything else. But definitely there's some comedy films that, while they represent and reflect their culture, are in fact dross. Right? You know, I don't want to say like, Dude, Where's My Car is garbage. I haven't seen it. It's probably ha 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 funny, but you can probably find the same underlying themes in many other places. But of course, what makes an important cultural artifact? Aren't they all important in their ways? I don't know. Dude, Where's My Car? Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle. These films feel like I didn't miss anything. Austin Powers. Maybe similar. What is the other film? Like that guy who wants to be turtly, Master of Disguise, I think it's called. I don't know. It's very easy, of course, to say that like everything's important or nothing is important. And so definitely there are like cultural institutions who say, oh, these things are really important. Right? There's the Criterion Collection in films. I think the Library of Congress. Do they? Like Library of Congress, what are they called? Like important cultural items or something. What's the phrase y'all use? Don't make me go look at the AI answer. No. We're all nihilists now. I've given up on meaning. Friends, there's no point in any of it. For today's stream, we'll be playing, I don't know, what's the most, like, I'm playing Fortnite. It's all about microtransactions now. If you want to play Fortnite with Old Resorty, tip $5 right now. If you don't, obviously it's all meaningless. I know my stoner films, I think it's, I think these are films that came out, and I had friends who would quote regularly, and I found it absolutely insipid. Now, I didn't go and watch the films to give them a fair shake, but I think any film where there's a constant quotation that relies on a certain kind of like, look, we're idiots here, makes me very, very sad. Movies of cultural significance. Thank you, Flame Fang, for knowing the phrase. Cultural significant. Thank you very much, is the phrase they use. Here we go. National Film Registry. is a list of movies deemed culturally, historically, or aesthetically significant that are earmarked for preservation by the Library of Congress. So I don't want to take the elitist perspective and say what matters for a culture is only what the elites say, whether they're a government or a lineup of snooty directors or even professors, certainly. But I want to say it counts for something, right? It counts for something that these people put forward that these matter. And often by noticing the overlaps between different kinds of lists, we could potentially see, what really matters in a country or a culture, but it's hard to say, of course. Popeye versus meets Simba the Sailor? Yes, indeed. It's an old cartoon, indeed. It's freely available here. Is that true? If it's at a library, I can use it on stream. Now, maybe that I'm in Japan, they're not going to let me use it at all. They're saying non-American, stealing American culture. Yeah, but I appreciate that. I think it's a beautiful thing when an institution takes seriously the place it's in and, tries to make it available for others. Libraries are beautiful, I guess is the point. A canon of films. I think that's like a fair way of talking about it, of course. And I have like anti-canonical feelings that canons are often representative more of the viewpoint of elites than anything else. And I could easily imagine someone saying, no, my culture is not duck and cover or master hands. My culture is, I don't know. I don't want to mention any film here because I might feel bad to someone if I do. But like films I don't get at all. The Medea collection. I know for some African Americans, these really matter as a representation of a certain element of African American culture rather, but it doesn't connect with me at all. And so if we say American culture is a collage of many different subcultures and people, are the Medea films up for inclusion? I do not know how to think this out at all. That's how it goes. All right. Who manages the Criterion Collection? That's a great question. I know recently there have been YouTube videos in which celebrities go into the Criterion vaults and pick out their most favorite, most important films and talk about why they should be part of the collection. So it's a company, it looks like. It's a company of a home video distribution company that focuses on licensing, restoring, and distributing important classic and contemporary films. So with the profit motive involved here, I do wonder if they choose films they believe will sell well. I'm not quite sure. Aaron Mithrin here, the conference didn't work a lot. Whose history is important? What's historically significant? Absolutely, Aaron Mithrin. If you're running an archive, you cannot put everything in. There's not unlimited space. There's even if we want to do like a culture from below understanding, you cannot hold on to all of the shopping lists, right? If you say the ordinary person's life experience matters, man, every single note that was sent to like the butcher, you cannot save that by any means. It's one of these things. And so I think it's a really interesting question, and it's one I care about also, because I work in a field that often says, here is the official story of humanity. This is the progression of human thought as we go from Thales forward to, I don't know, Derrida or somebody. And I recognize in doing that, we're leaving out so many other important forms of human thought. Right? The standard American specialist knows almost nothing about Eastern thought, knows literally nothing about African thought. That I even call it African and Eastern suggests a deep ignorance already. We know a little bit about Middle Eastern thought, but it's usually based on who took the ideas of Aristotle seriously and then applied them to the Muslim context, right? But in the process, we leave out so much. So I think one thing that we can do in terms of our canons is to begin by saying, look, these are chosen for these purposes, and they're being used to tell one story among the many stories. Well, then you get the question of, well, why aren't we telling the other stories? Why is this the story that matters? And all I can ever say is, these are the stories I know. Let me tell you the stories I'm aware of, And I wish I knew more stories, but I just don't know them at all, unfortunately. So that's how it goes, how it goes, how it goes. But yeah, for an archive, I definitely understand why that question mattered quite a bit indeed. So yeah, it seems like it's a company that sells fascinating films in particular. Like 1,200 special editions. When did it start? Started in 1984. Just a company. Started with educational multimedia CD-ROMs. I wonder if there's a point where people do not know, or did not know, will not know what CDs are. I don't think we're there yet. Like, my students were born in the early 2000s. I think we were still using CD-ROM then. But there will be a point. Okay, there will be a point at which these are seen like 8-track, I suspect. I don't know. A laser disc, yeah, the bigger CDs. I don't know. Obviously, this is the march of all technology. As old technologies are replaced, the old ones fall to the wayside and become objects of great interest for people. There's a delightful subreddit called like "What is this thing?" or something like that, and people will post a picture of a thing they found and not know what it is. And some of the things there are very, very specialized tools. Oh, this tool is used in metallurgy. You would never know it if you hadn't done metallurgy. But other ones are kind of old standards, something that the majority of people would have used, but they're just items on the ground instead. So that's how it goes, one of my favorite books is called Thinking About History by Sarah Maza or Meza. I do not know that at all. Let me go and pull that one up. I find historiography really interesting. You know, the questions of how should we think about history, sort of meta-historical analysis, but I don't know enough about it. Richard Rorty, the person after whom this channel is named, has a book on historiography, and he suggests a kind of what I said, like wildly purposive understanding. We have to always say, this is why we're approaching it this way, as opposed to anything to do with like trying to catch it all or give the one true account. It's always purposive, and I take it very, very seriously. So, what's it called again? Sarah Maza? Think about history. I like the cover. I also like the University of Chicago Press very, very much. How much did it cost? Oh, it's actually not bad. Often when one goes for university press books, they end up being hundreds of dollars. But this one's apparently popularization. Cool. Can we see the title, table of contents rather? Let's see. Oh, the little Y here, I don't think I like at all. Why was this done? Does anyone like this? I don't mean to say, like, I'm the arbiter of taste, but usually when there's a typographical move like that, there's some reason to do so. It looks like the R is kicking the Y. It looks like the Y could be a superscript. Like, if it's like, let's think about history in variable ways, thinking about history to the Y. Yeah, all I gotta say is why. Huh. Do any historians know of like this kind of marking meaning something? You have to check your copy. So I was thinking initially, like, is this possibly a simple error in typing? But it's obviously intentional with the R going forward. I don't know. Maybe it's like a footnote. Okay. So think about footnotes in history and like what... I don't know. I don't like it. Like when I look at it, I don't go, ooh, why is this? I go, ugh, why is this? His Tory. See, that's cool. This is a nice break there. I like quite a bit. Is history a word? I don't believe so. Hyster is a little Y, but the history of whom? History of where? The history of what? How is history produced? Causes or meanings? Facts or fiction? Yeah, it looks like it's partially a history of how history can be thought of. A history of history we love. And then thinking of the standard questions of from what perspective is history told. Obviously, the traditional way has been a history of winners, a history of colonizers, a history of those who have the power in the world today. And the attempt to move away from that, but It's just not possible to be God, right? It's just not possible to know and present everything from every perspective. Wouldn't it be grand if we could? Wouldn't it be grand if we could put together that absolute library of all possible facts? If you've not read that book, it's a wonderful little short story. What's it called though? Team? It's by Borges, right? The Borges library story. That's all you get for today. You can do the Googling yourself. But no, it's just not possible, of course, to get it all. And so you do the best you can for the reasons you can. That's good. This made me feel something, and feeling is good. I mean, is that true? Like, if I started, like, just screaming racist phrases at you, you all would feel something. But I don't know if it's the right thing for me to want you to feel. like the typographer who is not going for disgust here, I assume. And maybe disgust comes from ignorance? I'm not sure. I want to think seriously about, like, is all feeling an appropriate, like, anything? I don't know. Oh, you're mocking that viewpoint. I need you to put a sarcasm marker in. I assume that any comment in chat is being said earnestly. Or I become sarcasm guy, and I assume that anything in chat is sarcasm. I don't know how to be subtle, unfortunately. This is a bit, or don't you worry, we appreciate bits very much. Tiny Y next to the giant histor. Yeah, it's exactly that. Just not sure why. Not sure why it is, though. The alternative is not feeling anything, which means you're dead. That's not true. So if we say this is good because it made me feel something, it could make me feel other things. Like, if it were written in a normal style, it would make me have a feeling of understanding. I would feel this is, this is the title of the book. I'm getting information. Or, right, if I say, you don't feel anything, or you feel a negative thing in response to my yelling racist things, that's not great. But maybe you could feel happy when you see a flower. So being dead to one thing does not mean you're dead to everything. Anyway, overly philosophical. I apologize. We're overthinking it, Resorty. Move on to the redactyl, if you please. So, yeah, I agree. I mean, it is the case it started a discussion, and that's good. That said, because I'm streaming, I will attempt to make anything into a discussion. It's just the mode I'm in for filling time, for entertaining this portion of your life. And so I think it sparks discussion I could do about basically everything. For example, this is an ebook. Why does the ebook have the look of a sheet of paper still? There's absolutely no reason to do that. This is hearkening to a medium that it is not. Why don't make them rounded corners? Wouldn't rounded corners feel more pleasant for one's reading? Right, I can do that with literally anything. This is evocative of a footnote. Philosophers don't use them. So on the one hand, philosophy is a citations light discipline because we assume that people know the canon well enough to know what they're referencing. That said, to my knowledge, there's no footnote style that has a letter extended underneath. But of course I know what a footnote is. I'm not an idiot. All right, team, here we go. I see there's a great desire to have the word Mongols in first. That's fine. Put a word in chat, and you'll be able to do part of the work of figuring out what this phrase really is. Page layout is part of the experience and creativity of a book. Oh, I agree, absolutely. But why did they choose the 90-degree angle? That's not very creative at all. All right, we got the word Mongols. There's no Mongols. The word first, there's 17 firsts. The word Mongolia, none of those either. The word pigeon, not today, my friend. The word Sweden, 2 Swedens somewhere. How about the word great? 3 greats. Victor. There are no victors in this struggle. Chat. No chat. Author. That's not how you spell that word. 10 authors. Someone was a blank author. And we can see it begins with AN, which we hate so much. I gotta find a way to block that off when it gives you part of the pronunciation cheaply. A he, there's 127 he's. Norway, no Norways today. One, there's 17 ones. Elite, there's no elites. Mongolia we've done. New, there are 14 new. We know who it is now, I believe. Myth, that's not how you spell myth. One myth. Russian, there's 2 Russians. Don't we know who it is? Do you not know who it is? We know who it is. We know who it is, team. We know who it is, right? World! There's 6 worlds. Oh no. Oh no, do I have to save you all? Lion! There's no lions. I'm not lion. I'm not lion. Let me sure you can actually see the thing that I can see. You can. You can. You can. There we go. Alright. We got there. Very proud of you, chat. Very proud of you. Is it Anderson? Hans? Christian? You did it! You did it, team! Very proud of you. 21 guesses officially. 21 guesses. Big win. Much better than the average, even with the cheaters. Fantastic team. How do we get there so quickly? How do y'all do that so quickly? I'm going to leave you in slow-mo because we are going to do another one here. So, first, author. Yeah, I mean, I guess author early surely helped. Then the word new. The word new gave me Emperor's New Clothes. So without new here, like, Emperor's New Clothes, no problem. Who guessed new? Who's the hero today on that one? Cajun Killer! That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Well done. Too fast, though. Too easy. Let's go ahead and find one that we've not done before. Let's go and do number 712. What you got, team? What you got, team? Oh, I didn't even read that one. I'm sorry. One second. Hans Christian Andersen was a Danish author. Although a prolific writer of plays, travelogues, novels, and poems, he's best remembered for literary fairy tales. Very good. What's this one? This time we do not have pronunciation help, and thank goodness for that. We go again. I could do Sunday's Redactors and it didn't stream that day. It's true. I could have done that one, but pick this one instead. Mongols again. There's no Mongols today. What else you got, folks? Sweden. 0 Swedens. Born. 5 Borns somewhere. Marine. That's Marie. 0 Marines. Pigeon. No pigeons. One of these days, Tesla will be there. Because I love this pigeon. Empires. 1 empire somewhere. Philosopher. If only. None of those. Norway. No way on Norway. Is it American? There's 2 Americans, but not in the top here at all. What else we got here? He. There's 44 he's. Again, none in the top, though. Interesting. Military. None of those. Author again. 20 authors. Wow. Back-to-back authors. Do you know the authors this time? People. There are 3 peoples who need peoples. British. There's 2 of those. Scandium. That's amazing. Scandium. Irish. None of those. Your great uncle wrote songs in the Hans Christian Andersen musical. That's amazing. That's possible. Very cool. She. 267 she's. Good guess, Horace. I like it. Award. 2 awards. Arabic. None of those. Did I miss anyone's name? I did British correctly. Did Norway, did American. Got them all so far. Is it a Mary? That's a very common guess. There is a Mary in there somewhere. Good job. Is it Arabic? We did that a moment ago. What else? Someone marry someone. Was and something. Is it Austin? I'm looking at the possible titles there. None pop out at all. Is she a queen? No queens. Is she a Shelley? No Shelleys. Is her name Lisa? No. Is she English? Something. Was an English blanks. Is it a fictional person? There's 1 fiction somewhere. Part of the ministry. No ministries. Uh-oh. What else do we know? Is she a duchess? No. Is she Victorian? A very fine guess. There's no Victorian things here. Uh-oh. It was an English blank. Like, Queen's Assistant. I have no idea at all. Nobles, no. Is it the Vikings? Probably not. The word writer. English blanks writer. English blanks writer. Tour. 2 tours. 19th? None. Lady? None. Wife? 4 wives somewhere. Children? Just, an English children's writer. All right. Let's think about the children's stories we know and who wrote those. I've got one name in mind, but I don't think it's going to work here. Is it an Enid? There's an Enid. Helix, well done. Court, there's one Court. Hey, Vera, how's it going? Is it a Norse person? It's not. Is it Endicott? It's not Endicott. Is it Blyton? It is indeed Enid Blyton, a name I know only from the crossword. Good job, team! Good job. The Enid part was Helix Fossil. The Blyton was Marx and Eris, more or less simultaneously. Good job, everyone. Wow, what an interesting distribution on people getting the correct answer there over time. Very, very accurate, but somewhat up and down. Wait, was this only played 97 times? The numbers are getting much, much higher here. I wonder if back at 712 people weren't playing that much, but I think only 97 actually played it. Weird. Enid Mary Blyton, 1897 to 1968, was an English children's writer whose books have been worldwide bestsellers since the 1930s, selling more than 600 million copies. Her books are still enormously popular and have been translated into 90 languages. As of June 2019, Blyton held 4th place for the most translated author. She wrote on a wide range of topics, including education, natural history, fantasy, mystery, and biblical narratives. So this is a children's author. Did any of you read this person as a child? If so, give me a Y. If no, give me an N. I believe I'm an N. In a moment here, we'll read some of the book titles, but from a quick glance, I think that says no. No. All right. She's best remembered today for her naughty, famous 5, secret 7, the 5 Find Outers, and Mallory Towers books. I've never heard of any of these. I'm not being sarcastic or like, if you said these are made up book names, I would believe you. Sure, many others, including St. Clair's, The Naughtiest Girl, oh my, and the Faraway Tree series. Huh. Okay, looks like it's more in the direction of no, never heard of them. There are quite a few Ys also. Yeah, my sense is the people who are saying Y are mostly ones that I know are related to the Commonwealth at the least. That's very interesting. Very interesting. So, yeah, so very, very popular around the world, but maybe just not in the US, or it's not in the part of the US I came from. Cool. Thank you for teaching me that. Is this where naughty comes from? What on earth is naughty? An English character created by Enid Blyton. A toy doll who's having a childlike view of the world. A television show is run on British television since 1955. Noddy and Mr. Plod in Noddy's car. I know nothing about this. Absolutely nothing about this at all. But there you go. There is Noddy, the little elf fellow. Are you an elf person? The wooden toy. And Noddy goes to Toyland. The character in French is called Wet Way. Wet Way. Meaning yes. Fascinating. Friends, we did not do the word of the day. Let's do the word of the day, and then we'll go ahead and do our Hearts of Iron. The Swedish people read these books indeed. Swedish people read the books, huh? I don't know anything at all about how children's, how children's literature works, and what literature becomes popular where it is. I know there's often like a nationalistic element in it. You know, this tells the story of America. But past that, no idea. Word of the day is Limerick. Do you know Limerick? Many of you are already saying Y. If you know Limerick, give me a Y. If you don't know Limerick, give me an N. Limerick is a common word in the U.S. I do wonder if it comes from the place called Limerick in Ireland, I believe. But I really don't know. Also, I can imagine a person looking at that word ignorantly and saying lime Rick. As an English speaker, it would be a perfectly normal split. Lime Rick. Like, this is my pet lime. His name is Rick. A limerick is a humorous rhyming poem of 5 lines. My limerick received a prize for the funniest poem at the open mic night. And indeed, the kinds of limericks I know usually begin with, there once was a, and then you build past there. Alright, here we go. A limerick is a short, humorous, and frequently bawdy 5-line poem with a rhyme scheme of A-A-B-B-A. I almost read that as a word, like ah-bah. While the origins of this type of verse are unknown, some believe the poem owes its name to a group of poets from Limerick, a port city in west-central Ireland who wrote such verses. Others point to a parlor game in which players sang the chorus of an old soldier song with the phrase, "Will you come up to Limerick?" and then added impromptu verses. Regardless, a limerick's characteristic rhythm comes with the use of anapaests, metrical feet consisting of 2 short syllables, followed by 1 long syllable of 2 unstressed syllables, followed by 1 stressed syllable, as in the word unaware. To wit, there once was a song from old Ire, sung by the soldiers living there. Will you come up to Limerick? Quite possibly did the trick, in naming the limericks we share. There once was a song from old Ire, sung by the soldiers living there. Will you come up to Limerick? Quite possibly did the trick, in naming the limericks we share. Yeah, I struggled a bit with the rhythm there, but there you go. The once was a word of the day that chat was encouraged to say. Though we saw it on stream, we soon started to meme, and poem games they all now play. I love that. I love that. Yeah, I look forward to reading all of your limericks today. Hopefully not naughty ones, but there you go. The word limerick, a kind of poem meant to be humorous. There you go. There you go. Fill in the blanks to complete a word for the study of versification. Do you know this one? You know this one? Study of versification. That was kind of an unkind way of asking that question. Versification here is making poetry, making words in rhyming way. It's prosody, I believe. Prosody. I actually don't know how to say the word, but I can spell it. Prosody, I believe, is correct. We'll see.
Prosody.
Yeah, prosody. There you go. Study of versification. A system theory style of versification. Man, these definitions are so unfriendly. Okay, well, what is versification? Versification is the making of verses. What are verses? Metrical writing. What is the metric system? What is okay? So it's something to do with composing or measurement. Okay, so prosody is the study of scientific units. I got it. Fair enough. That's what I got today. Friends, let's go and play some video games today. Let's go and play some Hearts of Iron. Move ourselves in the direction of, I don't know, Canadian stuff. We're playing as Canada in Hearts of Iron. And surely, we are doing the work of, I don't know, being kind of bad. Kind of sidelining Native Canadians for the purposes of finding our way into maintaining the monarchy. The Canadians don't really want the monarch to ruin them directly anymore, but in this playthrough we are indeed doing that. And yeah, I'm having a good time for sure, but a lot of reading here for sure. Alright, what's the title today? First play KR Canada! That makes sense. People who understand the game and no one else. And they move to the Hearts of Iron directory. Probably play this game throughout the rest of this week, and then after that I'm not quite sure what we're going to do. We'll see. Alright, there once was a streamer named Resorty who likes to come up with a good story. He might play the game or tell a joke lame, but chat would boo if too corny. These are good. These build up my confidence as we get into today's game time. If you're here only for the opening stories, I appreciate you being here, and I'll see you again tomorrow. If you're here for the video games, they are now beginning. The pivot has happened. What should we do? What should we I think I need a command, there's exclamation point pivot, to describe or respond to this point in the stream every day. I worry, unfortunately, that having a pivot command, though, would lead to people demanding that I make the pivot. Demand that it's time for stories to be over. Resorty, this is not a story stream. If you weren't here yesterday, something annoying happened, which is I took my fine Canadian troops, put them on boats. They were very, very seasick the whole way across. Eventually made to India, where a war was happening, and the moment they landed, the war ended. All those poor people having absolutely awful sickness over and over again. I don't recall what's happening in the world. What's happening in Canada? Right. The monarch who I'm trying to keep in power to get him back on his throne in London went on a tour of Canada. And while out there, he ended up seducing some married woman. Scandal for the king. Why can't he chill? Of course, because he's Edward VIII. I'll be curious to see if he ends up abdicating in this playthrough also. But he's unpopular, though is touring still. Definitely need to get ourselves more resources. Rubber, tungsten, steel are slowing us down. But also I have a limited amount of factories going, you know, only 30 right now, and 15 are going to consumer goods, so I don't really want to spend any of my limited factories on resources. I recognize this then slows down our production of military goods, but I'm continuing to say the words that the only war we're gonna see anytime soon is probably Quebec rising up against us. Friends, this is Quebec. Friends, this is Quebec. Friends, Quebec's around here somewhere. Simple at all. Anyway, Mustafa Kemal's been shot. The Grand Vizier and celebrated war hero, the leader of the OHF, Mustafa Kemal Pasha, was shot earlier today in Izmir when speaking to a massive crowd gathered to celebrate his recent reforms. The lone gunman of Armenian descent seems to have had as an immediate motive revenge for the loss of his family during the Armenian massacres, but many observers are suspecting the hand of a former special organization member in the plot, likely looking to weaken the OHF and guide the party back to its past line of Islamism and strict nationalism. Turkey may not come into being, my friends. Turkey may possibly be only a dream, unfortunately. Only a dream. Ottoman Empire does its thing. Friends, we have an actual ad break coming up now in about 10 seconds. We'll take our 3-minute ad break, and when that's done, we'll get back to this game right here. And I'm currently going to play the crossword. That'll be a fun thing to do. We have a new crossword today, the Monday puzzle, and we'll see how that goes. We're thinking of this mod so far, is it any good? It's a tremendous amount of reading. There's a lot going on. If you're a history buff, I think you'd very much enjoy it. The Canadian playthrough I'm finding interesting because it encourages the player to think about different political factions in a way that one might not normally do. Definitely the movement between base game and Kaiserreich is the inclusion of, how do you phrase it? The inclusion of political power. Definitely different. There are different parties as opposed to just like fascists versus communists versus unaligned versus Democrats. It's more fine-grained than that, and it's kind of interesting for sure. Hey, Sally, thank you much for the generous resubscription. I appreciate it so much. Good seeing you here after so many months as always. Thanks for being here for sure. I love that Ottoman playthrough, basically democracy gameplay. I do like democracy for sure. This mod adds a lot more trees for everyone. That seems to be the way. And we love trees, we love being able to make mission choices, etc. When I enjoyed the game more off stream, I didn't have to read to chat. So I like reading to you all. I like keeping you all engaged in what I'm doing. But occasionally some of the storylines are unrelated enough to what I'm doing and are so constant that I feel a little overwhelmed. And this is not an on-stream versus off-stream thing. I think the consistent pop of what's happening in China when I'm not playing as China and I don't understand China make me feel like if I want to play the game well, I need to pause, pull up Wikipedia at the very least, and start learning about a lot of things I don't know. Which is great. Like, I like learning new things. I'm curious, but it can't happen constantly for me as a player, or I don't want to play the game anymore. So I think it's that kind of thing where it's awesome having more and more information, but it is less awesome, in my view, to get overwhelmed by information. Something like that. It's fun largely. Okay, a mammal that rests only half its brain at a time while sleeping. I thought the dolphin did that. Maybe not true though. Mammal that rests half its brain at a time while sleeping. 4 letters. I have absolutely no idea. Look forward to learning all about it. A stuffy sounding. Congested. Though stuffy could also mean a person who's like uptight possibly. Stuffy sounding, possibly nasal. We'll see. Either of the New York Public Library mascots. I have absolutely no idea. This is not a real question, it's me thinking aloud. Does the New York Public Library have large lions outside of it? That's coming to mind. It might be wrong, we'll see. Knitting stitch. All right. It's called a pearl, I believe. I think that's right. Exceedingly, like much so, exceedingly, a lot of, not sure. A private employer. So I can imagine this would be like the military because they have privates in them. Private employer. I mean, one can imagine like private parts, pornography. I'm not sure though. Name that's a fruit spelled backward. Emil. I had to run through all the 4 letters. Government issued securities, a treasury bond probably. A region whose name means leeward in Hawaiian. So I have no idea, except I know that crosswords like the word Oahu very much. I'm gonna put it in, it might be wrong. Look back on. I mean, possibly reminisce? Does not fit. Let's go and do 2 more than back to the game. A leader between Nikita and Yuri. So this is the leader of Russia, of course. Nikita was what, Gorbachev, I believe? Is that right? Nikita Khrushchev. Gorbachev is Mikhail. I can't remember. Wait, Brezhnev? Is it Brezhnev? That's an L name if so. Leoniv, maybe? Is his name Brezhnev? I think it is. That might be right. I'm not sure. Last one for now. A question that may prompt a quick cover-up. What are you doing in there? Is that a girl in your bedroom? Are you awake? Something like that, possibly. Possibly. Anyway, we pause it there and we get back to it in a while. A fun start for a Monday. Usually Monday's a large amount of... What? I have no idea. Maybe tomorrow. Alright. We got 57 minutes of video game now. My water glass is empty. We'll see how far we can get before we remedy that. Alright, just gonna unpause the game, see what comes of it. We are preparing ourselves kind of, sorta, for the invasion of Britain. A super anarchist, socialist, authoritarian mess Britain. Alright, Royalist Siam has capitulated. Order restored. The parliamentarians win. They have a king, but the king is not running the show. The forces under Luang Phi Boon Song Kram, nicknamed the Iron Marshal, have utterly destroyed the last rebel holdouts in Siam today. After turning the rebels back outside of Bangkok, government troops marched swiftly on their strongholds and rounded up everyone they could find. Many prisoners will find their way to Tarutao prison, an island surrounded by shark-infested waters, away from the mainland. Meanwhile, the temporary Connor Ratsadon has stepped down, declaring the time ripe for business when the nation returned to normal. The status quo is with us once more. Friends, it's time for a it's time for a quick little poll. I'm curious what you're thinking on a question, which is, do we read everything? Yes. No, only titles, which say like the Siam is restored, or no, none. No, only proper. Okay. Sure. Here's a vote. Push some buttons if you want to. I know where I lean, but as always, I'm like, I'm not the only person here. We're not in the like Storytime channel. I'm not sure. And the further question, of course, is, do I try to pronounce names? Because the last guy's name, I tried it 3 or 4 times, and I'm still pretty sure it was still wrong. Thank you for voting, letting me think about the world. All right, Siam is back with us once more. Hooray! I haven't done anything in terms of making friendly relationships, and we didn't pay back the American war debts. Our debts to America that Britain had taken. We say, we're not Britain, leave us alone. So I don't know. Britain's very angry. Greece has joined the Belgrade Pact. Is that the people of Eastern Europe together? Belgrade Pact. Is that this? There it is. Yes, we read everything, said most of you. That's kind of how I'm leaving also. I appreciate that very much. No only titles. Only one person says no reading it aloud. No reading is for nerds. I should try to pronounce all possible names. Got it. I can definitely do that. So how does he use in the Belgrade Pact? The clicking does not do it. Here we go. Serbia is the only other member there. So what's the relationship here? Social liberalism, and Serbia is social liberalism. We'll see if they manage to spread liberalism throughout Eastern Europe indeed. Good luck. Elections in Russia! You recall there was an attempt to revivify an authoritarian dictatorship, but then a revolution with the emperor on their side had led to democracy once more. The first democratic elections in Russia since Sobnikov's death have been held. After months of campaigning, they ended up in a victory for cadets, with Nikolai Nekrasov being nominated as chairman minister. Questions still loom for the restored Russian Empire as Russia's politicians seek to rectify the mistakes that led to Sakhanov's election, as well as to convince the Russian people of the monarchist restoration. Democracy survives once more. That's my attempt at an Eastern Canadian accent. Is it any good? Romania joined also. We see a defect in the bot responses, because I always forget all of the commands. Alright, what DLC does have? DLC is all but Germany creepiness. Good. What mods do we have active? Okay. Change the command to... I should let the mods change commands on this thing. It's like they mods. Fix this. Pepper, make me a program. Kaiserreich. Alternate history. Germany wins World War I. Okay. Bot commands updated. Glorious. Glorious. That does not sound like a Canadian accent. Oh, I tried the best. I tried my best. Foundation of the Belgrade Pact. Serbia, Romania, and Greece, the third Balkaners of the Entente, all with revanchist views their own, have recently gathered to a common table of negotiations and announced the beginning of the Belgrade Pact. While the pact puts a lot of focus on cultural discussion and preserving Balkan identities, it's also a military alliance between the participants, seemingly directed at the countries separating them and holding their ancestral lands. This new development is a big thorn in Bulgarian domination of the Balkans, but only the incoming reactions of the other central powers can determine whether it will yield any fruit. Hopefully the Balkans won't have any war. What's the claim here? Cultural discussion, preserving identities. It's directed at the country separating them and holding ancestral lands. Directed at the country separating them. I don't quite know what that means. This new development's a big thorn in Bulgarian domination of the Balkans, but only the income interaction. Alright, very good. Good luck, folks. Oh, team, I had a topic for the intro. It's something I saw on Reddit. Should we save it for tomorrow, or should we go back to the Wikipedia page briefly? What are y'all feeling? You're already deep into the game? Welcome to the federal elections of 1936. Oh, Bulgaria separates them. In Ray, there's something in the way of them uniting for Balkans connection. I see. The moment has come with the country heading to the polls to decide between the Liberals under William Lyon, Mackenzie King, and the Conservatives under R.B. Bennett. Either way, it's certain the election will be close, and should there be a prospect of minority government, it seems likely the role of kingmaker will be given to the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation, who've already decided they'd support a liberal government if it came down to it. I can choose what happens here. The election is mine to decide, for I am the people united. So, the largest single faction, the Tories. Who would be in government with them? The authoritarian Tories also. So we have 38 plus 11, 49% of the electorate goes simply with my party. If we go with the Liberals win, the Social Liberals join also. If the Conservatives win, the authoritarian Democrats join along with the Social Conservative Democrats. So I really want, when I say want, I mean as a game player, I really want the Conservatives in power because they're most in support of the king. So the Conservatives win! The Tories rule the party. Elections will be held again in 5 years. Richard Bedford Bennett comes around. More political power, more stability, 15% resource to market. I wonder how that changes compared to the current resource to market. You can see that right here. So it's plus 50 on export focus. And then our current leader does not have any modification to consumer goods, I think. Welcome! We also have John Bracken if we want to. Alright, welcome one and all to the conservative era in Canadian politics. King Edward congratulates Bennett. The king has taken to the airways to voice his support for the winners of the election, urging all Canadians to accept the democratic process and announce his full support of R.B. Bennett and his Conservatives. The people have spoken and placed their faith in the hands of the new government, he stated. Oh, that was a king voice, I'm sorry. I hope and believe it was the right choice, and that together we can move forward and find the path for Canada and for the Empire in years to come. We are all in this together. Stability goes up. Very good, very good. Very good, very good. So, the Exiles are currently building a factory for us. We're on the Canadian World Tour right now. We could have the police go down and beat the dickens out of everyone. We do want to continue building the corporations in the East, as they're free-ish buildings. But, hey, we've got 50 political power for finishing this one. I should read about this creation before I spend this. That said, we do have one open advisor slot. So, the government is currently... The British Prime Minister is Eden still, +5, +10. Bedford Bennett is +5, +5, -15. So the party leader, the British Prime Minister, and then someone we chose previously. So we can add a national unity proponent. He gives more political power, and it's cheaper to hire other people in the future. I need another advisor slot. Is it possible to research more advisor slots? Is that a thing, or not so much? Traditional economist makes better production, faster construction. There we go. The construction magnate will do the same thing with any non-factories, I believe. The captain of industry could be very good as we try to build up our economy. Public health advocates, the stability bonus, population bonus, I'm going to want as we go into... it's Tommy Douglas! Tommy Douglas is the fellow that brought national health care to Canada. And I think I heard about him in Michael Moore's film Sicko, in which even Conservative Party members in Canada in the early 2000s were saying emphatically, oh, Tommy Douglas was right. We do need universal health care. Where in the U.S., conservatives tend to disagree with that kind of claim. Absolutely fascinating figure in Canadian history. All right. Yeah, faster production. I think we're going now. Cool. Very good. Jester, thanks for that resub. I appreciate you hanging out with us. Hope you're doing well today. Let's go and see what the ISAC does. I believe it's our research corporation. They'll come in a moment. Between now and then, I need to get conscription going by the time that the war comes, where it's coming from. Considering strengthening the army. The Return of the King, what's this? Return of the King means you must hold the United Kingdom again. Alright, eventually. If we go down the line of the army, we get army experience, eventually start getting forts. Yeah. So this is overall economy. I need to pick a moment at which we've been switching over kind of hard. But next railway just gives more infrastructure throughout Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and others, probably the northern area and western area, I believe. Open relief camps makes factories work better and construction better permanently, it looks like. The Great Depression has not released its hold upon us yet. We still have hordes of unemployed men across the country, living in poverty or turning to crime. Our best answer is to gather the people together in economic relief camps. There they receive a wage and food to eat. They can be put to use across the country as a labor force, helping the people out and helping the government out simultaneously. So our IDEDC Development Council has not yet gotten any more political power. We started with 225, and it says just 25 for a while. Does anyone know how we get more political power into the IEDC? I gave one portion of it to France and one portion to me, I believe. It renews each year. Cool, thank you. Thank you. All right, anything about that research group, or is it just in the background it hangs out? I see nothing quite yet. So what does the research group do? It's not listed there. Okay, so other groups that are invited to join our university coalition. We're not quite there yet. A coup d'etat in Algiers. The thinly veiled military junta of Marshal Philippe Pétain has fallen to a coup d'etat by one of his former allies, General Henri Mauduit. The legitimacy of the Marshal to rule had been steadily eroded by accusations of nepotism and corruption. An attempt to centralize power in his hands added accusations of tyranny to the long list of grievances towards him, precipitating the coup. Pétain is now in custody, and General Mauduit has been elected head of state, though he's announced that civil liberties suspended under the previous regime will be restored and promised an eventual return to full democratic rule. The generals announced that for the time, a committee of national salvation made up of military men, experts, and parliamentarians will be created to best implement reforms he feels are needed to retake the French mainland. So the Republic, so-called, wants France back. I want the British Isles back, working on it. Allegedly, democracy is coming. Also, have you noticed how I pronounce French words? I say the first letter pretty hard, and then I vaguely gesture at the other letters. Murdoch. Sure, there's some noises there that sound kind of like the letters. Behold, I give you French. Yandu. Welcome in. Welcome in. What's this here? Hey, Total Factories. This is a great addition. Usually to find Total Factories, you go digging in your own intel and start counting. This is a nice addition. Thank you, Kaiserreich, for having nice things in you. Alright, save the 25 political PowerPoints. Oh, did I see earlier that the US has negative 95 stability? Holy moly. I don't know what's happening in the US, but having just about as low as you can go is craziness. They're a political crisis right now. The Great Depression has ravaged the nation for over a decade and has not let up. Popular desperation. Either the socialists, or the America First, or General McCarthy must solve the issue. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow. I can't imagine that kind of crisis. Amazing. Oh, the election comes in 3 days. All right, all right. How's Mexico going? Hello to you, Plutarco Elias Gaius. The name Plutarch is delightful. Makes me think of plutocracy, though. 9% stability. So Canada really is doing the best out of all of North America. Brazil's stability is -3. Yeah, it's a time of crisis for everyone, except for Canada, because we reasserted the king, and the king helped us stay together. Cuba. Martin Diaz Tamio. They're okay. They're okay. So maybe all the major powers in crisis other than Germany. Fevzi Pasha seizes power. Alright team, what's gonna happen to the dream of Turkey? ... War hero and celebrated commander of the Ottoman army, Fevzi Pasha, seized power in Constantinople, earlier today, as columns of Ottoman infantry marched past the Dolmabahce Palace, arresting opposition figures in an attempt to restore order to the empire in the name of quote-unquote democracy and quote-unquote stability. Although foreign observers have noted the marshal of the Ottoman forces does not have any long-term political ambitions, merely wishing to set up a transitional government until a democratic alternative one, many do question whether doing this he has not set a dangerous precedent for the entire Middle East, cooing one's way to democracy. Hey, another force. Hello to you, troops. Totally basic infantry. Alright. I want to spend the next 50 political PowerPoints on what? On getting my new factories in Nova Scotia and St. Lawrence. After that happens, I need to save political PowerPoints for something. What was it? What was it? Oh, right. I really need a leader of the army. That we're not getting any army experience at all is an issue, so we're stuck with our default division planners. We gotta fix it eventually. Jack Reed has become the President of the United States. Despite the massive instability rampant in the nation ever since the Great Depression in 1925, the presidential elections went forward, and their voting results are clear. Jack Reed of the Socialist Party of America is the 31st President of the United States. Jack Reed turned into a savvy political operator during his time in Russia and is a dedicated opponent of syndicalism. The stance has made him many enemies in the American society, but the association of trade unions that he had led remained strong. The AFP already contests the election results, though. That's the America First parties against the socialists. The revolution spreads further. It reaches its prime target. All right, all right. So the U.S. is now part of the syndicalists, along with France and Britain. That makes me wonder / worry, if I attack Britain, will our friends to the south attack us? How do we get our special relationship back? They hates us quite a bit. Different ideologies, different ideologies, negative 30. I can try to improve relations. I don't know if it's worth doing. Just take Alaska and see. I love it. I could go spy on them. They have 1 million manpower. We know that. They currently have... What military do they have? I don't think I actually see their military all that much, can I? Here we are. They have 7 to 36 divisions and some Marines. Our current army is 300,000, which might be towards the high end of what they have. I don't know, team. I think we have to build up a strong border defense. So for the moment, I'm throwing any new troops into the so-called Border Brethren group, which is the army that's placed to defend against America. They have a red shield as their, red shield is their icon because they stand on guard for the Canada. Quebec's army is a blue shield. I want to change something more Quebecois. Is there a fleur-de-lis here? There must be some expansion, or not expansion, some workshop that gives a bunch more insignias. Is it worth adding one of those so we have a fleur-de-lis? Oh god, things are exploding. Things are exploding in the east. One moment. Which of these looks most Quebecois? I guess the spade is kind of fleur-de-lis. I guess the clover is also. Sure, that works. And then lastly, we have the Army of the West. I know nothing about Western Canada. It needs a color, though. If I were Western Canada, what would I be? I kind of like this burnished red, I guess, when I think about it. They're still Canadians, but they're out there Canadians, not over here Canadians. So things are happening in Sweden and other points east. Sweden has joined the Reichspakt? Oh, it's Reichspakt. Got it. So, the Germans, White Ruthenia, Morocco, Poland, Ukraine, Lithuania, Middle Africa, the Baltic states, and German East Asia have linked together. So a new faction is occurring, and Sweden's part of it. All right. Also, the Spanish Civil War has launched. Is that true? Yeah. I didn't realize that Spain was broken this way. So the Carl of Spain, the royalist, Javier I. You can read about him if you want to screenshot the game right now. You can go learn about the Duke of Parma, etc. Also, they have market access with Spain. Or sorry, with Germany, rather. With Japan, rather. I don't think I've tried to get any market access with anyone yet. Maybe I should eventually. And the King of Spain is led by the Bourbon King. So there's 2 royalists, and then CNT-FIA, which stands for CNT-FIA. I assume this is the Republican anarchist faction. It is indeed. Led by Bonaventure Dorothy Dumas. French, apparently. Anyone know what CNT-FIA stands for? I assume the A is anarchist, but I don't know that by any means. What's Portugal doing these days? Duarte II, so King, and then probably anarchists. Alright. So Spanish Civil War is on, just in a different key than previously. Confederation National Worker, Federation Anarchist Iberia. Baltank, thank you for knowing that or looking it up. Ever since the defeat of Napoleon, Spain has been plagued by violence, dissent, and turmoil. No amount of pleading, deal-making, and appeasement has managed to do more than paper over the cracks as tensions bubbled. Finally, they boiled over. The Spanish kingdom has been ripped apart by a 3-sided civil war between numerous factions. The loyalists of the Madrid government, the supporters of the pretender Javier, and finally the anarcho-syndicalist Confederación Nacional Worker, Federation Anarchist Iberia. There are already numerous reports of volunteers and equipment being shipped to Spain from all over the world to support one faction or another. Spain will be torn to shreds as a battlefield for the ideological force of the wider world. We don't want the forces of the East to win, because that would be yet another socialist party defending Britain from us. Between the Carlists and Spain, which do I prefer? Because we're playing super conservative, national populist. National populist is one of these like really ambiguous phrases. A product of the confluence of right-wing ultra-nationalism arising in a changing world describes governments that seek to harness the energy of people for frequently radical ends. Oh, okay. So this is not good guy populism. This is quasi-fascism, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. And the Kingdom of Spain is normal democracy. I mean, strong leader democracy, but democracy nonetheless. Oh, good God. I think for reasons of having an ally in this area, I might need the fascists to win. Oh, no. I mean, right. I worry the authoritarian Democrats would oppose any invasion. Oh, no. It's finally the fascist playthrough. I swear we will not become fascists up here. The word swear means quite a bit. The kingdoms prefer Germany, the Carlists prefer me. I mean, I don't mind a pro-German force here, so long as they just leave me alone while I do what must be done. Alright, friends, come up with slogans and rhymes about how great the fascists in Carlist Spain are, please. That will help soothe the good guy Resorti is dead for this playthrough. Exactly right. Taking back the home miles is the only goal. We are purely myopic in this moment. I recruited military police for one and only one reason: to deploy them in Quebec to stop a revolution. I'm sorry, Quebecois, you will not have your freedom this day. Let's get some hospitals going. Gotta keep my my lovely soldiers alive as the war comes for us all. All right, where's my force of occupation in Quebec? We have one and only one occupied territory. It's Quebec. So, oh, do they actually not have a garrison there? They may not have a garrison there, actually. But nonetheless, we'll build up our garrison unit just in case. They are over here. That's not garrison. Hello, the Canadian Mounted Police. I'm gonna give you some actual police to help you out. I don't have any points. What a waste of a research that early. Well, whatever. We have enough points to go ahead and build ourselves a factory over in Nova Scotia. Look, jobs to the Nova Scotians. And that 25 points will build the last one, and then I'll swear I'll get myself an army chief. What is a quasi-fascist nation, if not something to do with having a strong army? Alright, Field Marshal levels up. Does he want to be a fast planner? Better planning speed more quickly. Thorough planner, higher planning level, or better defender. We're doing thorough planner. Now, I recognize what I really need is a naval force, so that I'm able to poke through this nonsense. Gandhi takes power in the Bharatiya commune. It's this middle India section. Gandhi's running the show. He's the leader of the socialist faction and its recently elected head of state, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, sometimes called Mahatma or Pure Soul by devoted countrymen, gave a fiery speech to an electrified crowd in Calcutta today, promising a path to peace. Path to peace for Indian reunification. Do I need to stop Gandhi? Because Indian reunification means that he takes over the remaining dominion, the last bit of the Raj over there. Oh, goodness. He dismissed speculation as meant submission to either the Dominion of India or the Princely Federation of the West, and firmly said the commune would defend itself against any and all aggression. He urged people throughout India to consider the possibility of self-rule through peaceful means, rather than a destructive war which would only bring more misery, and stated his government would be doing its utmost to follow the path. So, non-violence, and yet he's hoping that other people will choose the path of democracy. Welp, good luck. Hey Lamar, you survived a tornado in Missouri just so you can watch me play Hearts of Iron. I'm glad... What's the more important thing to say? I'm glad that you are adding to my viewer numbers and watching the video game. No, sincerely, I'm glad you're safe. I don't know how bad it was for you, if it was just, oh, it's nearby, or if instead it hit your house. Whichever way, I'm glad you're safe, I'm glad you're here, and sounds terrifying. Sounds terrifying, honestly. My goodness, my goodness, my goodness. That's what matters, you get priority high. Actually, I know there was someone a while back who had a major tornado come through that knocked out power to his town, and yet he used some of his limited generator power to log into Twitch and say hi to us and let us know he was doing okay. And that was very sweet. I enjoyed that very, very much. It was kind of silly, though. It was kind of silly. How are our navies looking? They're barely trained. We don't have nearly enough fuel to train anything. We burn through so much fuel. The federal relief camps are operating. People have jobs. Construction is faster. That's pretty good. Economic recovery would come later, but we need to have rail expansion and so on for that. So the National Research Council does what? It does not... Oh, it does say... That's huge. The National Research Council was founded during the Weltkrieg to advise the Canadian government on science and research, providing the organization with additional funding and support. We can expand our technology base to the benefit of both industry and military. One more research slot. 4 research, not 3. I love it, I love it, I love it. Okay. Are there no, like, fleet commanders? I thought it was like in the same way the army had field marshals, there were higher level commanders beyond the admirals here. Guess not. One moment, must level up my guys. So the Atlantic Command would be the main driving force into the home isles. So what kind of person ought you to be, Admiral Tom Spencer Vaughn? Better positioning or better submarine? He currently has... Oh, no, the ones he has, I'm sorry. The question is, do we make him a submarine commander? I think we will. I think we'll send him out as a submarine guy, which means it's time to change the fleet over at some point to he's just in charge of all the submarines. Possibly. Other guy here, currently leading the Pacific Fleet, Louis Mountbatten. It might be funny having him as the leader of our taking over the home isles, as he's part of the background of Philip, the father of the current king. He's a spotter. He's able to search more better. Eventually be defending our coast. He'll probably be in charge of that. I also probably start making more boats as fast as possible, because boats take forever to make. Probably one of our next focuses should be reactivating the Navy. I don't quite know how that one works, but maybe this will be the time we finally come to understand naval combat. Republican victory in Brazil. While certainly not an unexpected result, confirmation has reached us that the Republican Party will stay in power in Brazil, as it has since the start of the new republic in 1927. The new president of the republic, Getulio Vargas, will be sworn in January, but it's already promised to deal with a firm hand against the economical issues plaguing the country, and also promises to do better for the common man of Brazil in his victory speech. However, the Republican victory will not mean an instant end to woes, and time will tell if his continued hegemony will have positive consequences. Brazil, social conservative just like me. They're not in a faction. Their military is also big confusion. We share a government. Or, yeah, we have a democracy, both of us, and are both social conservatives. Is it time to buddy up with Canada? Sorry, with Brazil. I'm going to improve relations. Yeah. May I not invite them to my faction? Are they a major and so no faction invitation? Because I don't see it here. Let's look at the little cuties and see if I can invite them potentially. How does inviting to faction work, team? I thought it was possible to do that with people who are in no faction. And it would be grayed out if I couldn't do it. What is it to be the leader of a faction? I do not know. Or do I have to go to a faction page possibly to do things? Okay. Oh, the West Indies are still doing West Indies things. It's very happy being mine. I should help them build up next time. You can't invite factions in the mods. It's done through events or decisions. Okay, in the main game, you can invite via decisions, right, or interactions. I think? Maybe not. I've never been a faction leader. That's not true. I played as India for a while as a major, and India tried to invite Nepal and didn't work. The Mingan insurgency has capitulated. The left Kuomintang government has gone into exile, and their main forces have capitulated to the Nanjing clique, who's now in control of the home area. This group has won basically everything. The struggles between the Nanjing clique and Mingan insurgency are over. The Nanjing is still in an all-out war, and fighting continues elsewhere. China is still somewhat destabilized, but the Nanjing are coming for ya. Qing government of Isen Giropui. A lot to read there. They now call it the League of Southeast Provinces. Name has changed over. A paternal autocrat. Don't worry, Dad loves you very, very much. Always striking when the name changes. Also, we're still being called the Dominion up here, despite the fact that we have the monarch directly living here. Like, are we a Dominion of the United King, or the United Kingdom, even though it doesn't exist anymore? Strange thinking. Oh, can I send things to Carlos? Can I lend-lease them at least? Send material support. Is this a bad idea? This might be a bad idea. I'm helping the fascist team. I'm going to send them some tanks. I'm also going to send them some basic rifles, which we do not have that many of. I'm going to send them 100 of those. Helping the fascists, helping the fascists. Alright, team. And some quarter pounders with cheese. They have aimbots, that's a cheese. I'm not doing monthly on any of them, I'm doing once on each of them from the stockpiles. It's not monthly. It's not monthly. It's one time. Don't worry, Godzilla. Don't worry. Alright. Good luck, Carlos. I appreciate the aid. I can send volunteers. This would help us to learn. Yeah, this would help us to learn something about how to fight. I can send one division over, generating no threat. Sent divisions removed from the map and transit return to the map and the target country to transfer completed. Divisions automatically return if you end the war or is at peace once more. Alright, the Army of Quebec is my lowest level general. He has less experience gain overall. My best one is Guy Granville Simon. Alright, Quebec's army, you're on the way. You selected more divisions than you're allowed to send. Oh, I can send one division? One division? Wait, that's not very many. How does one determine this team? Alright. We send one and only one division over. I have some trucks that are kind of nice. I guess we sent over like a level 3 basic troop. This 22nd Canadian Infantry Division. You, my friends, are going to go over there. You're gonna need yourself a general who's good with infantry, or to Charles Wingate, a trickster and a jungle rat. That's useless. Anyone good in like mountains, I suppose? It is mountainous there, correct? Or hills, possibly? Where are we? Yeah, you look like hills, definitely. And then plains afterwards. George Lotz is an engineer. Commando. Love it. It's a role for military high command. Better reconnaissance. I like Robert Brooke Popham's smile. It looks adorable. None of this helps. Better division defense, I suppose. Volunteers are based on how many units they have in world tension. Got it. Yeah, I don't know. Don't look absolutely amazing at this point, so... Man who is good with the people. Robert Brooke Popham, in your delightful smile, you're going over there. What shall you be? Better attack or better entrenchment? I'm going to try to play this one somewhat defensively, I believe. Alright. We send a volunteer to help the fascists. I shouldn't say that. Let's never say that word again. I'm say instead we send a troop to learn how to fight well, and also to, what's the phrase for it? Help restore stability to this nation. It's an unstable place, and that's unacceptable. Alright, Carlos. I want to send an attaché over also, though. And that costs what? We can do it again on the 23rd. Alright, Carlos, Spain, let me come. I'm sorry, team. I just need a friend in Spain. Volunteered on the way. What a terrible human I am. Lionel Luche? Oh yeah, this guy. This is an attempt for us to help the king's brother learn how to speak in ways that are less stuttering, less lispy, etc. And it's a movie, The King's Speech. You should watch it. Anyway, in the months that the Duke of York had been meeting with Mr. Is it Luge? I don't know how it's said. It's an Australian name. Mr. Luge. He's found his guidance to be invaluable and has quickly taken to the eccentric speech therapist and his amateur dramatics. Though initially dismissed as a quack, his self-taught methods and superhuman patience have worked wonders, and what's more, the two have struck up a friendship. Not only have His Majesty's public speaking skills improved, but so have his confidence and outlook. Already, Lionel Luge has become a familiar presence of the royal household, and he and his family even attended the royal family's Christmas dinner. While Luge's pioneering methods have been essential in ensuring that good progress, it's the love and support of his wife Elizabeth and his family that made it all possible. Even with the bleak situation faced by the British exiles, Albert is relieved to be making this personal progress and stands readier than ever to do his duty. As Lionel requests another round of Shakespeare recitation and places headphones upon the Duke's head, Albert breathes deep. I believe not hearing his own voice helped, listening to music instead. Albert's death. Now is the winter of our discontent made glorious by the son of York. There you go, team. There you go. Political powder 30. If Albert's in greater responsibility, he'll be better prepared for it. We're going to have an abdication, aren't we? We're going to have an abdication real soon. Nobody likes that, and it's going to happen anyway. Having given away some things recently, we're still positive on everything we're making. The Italian democracy somehow survives. After months of terrorist acts by the ANI, rocking the Italian peninsula and republic, and caused many in the nation to doubt the government's ability to maintain order, a vote of no confidence was held in Milan today. If passed, many feared it would have signaled the republic's collapse. By the narrowest of margins, the motion was defeated, and Prime Minister Luigi Einaudi has announced from the steps of the government buildings that democracy in Italy has survived its greatest challenge, and the republic will live on. There she is. She's doing okay. Who took power in Germany proper? I can't remember. Is it listed here? The Social Democrats. I don't recall who the actual leader's name is, though. A failed revolt in Ukraine. For some time now, the German client state of Ukraine, led by Hetman Pavlo Skoropadsky, has been embroiled in an uprising led by the Republican opposition, originally operating Austrian Galicia. Galicia? I only know CK3, unfortunately. Now it seems the future of the Hetmanate, there we go, is secured with news that Republican forces have been driven out of the country, barring a few small pockets of resistance scattered throughout the western province of the state. In the wake of the revolt, the Hetman's government has continued its conservative course under the ruling Hetman's coalition, but it's expected the upcoming elections will prove a pivotal point, one that may shake up Ukrainian politics greatly. Time of revolution everywhere. What's this place called? Illyria? Huh. I wonder how these names were chosen. Something history, I'm sure, but striking names that are largely unfamiliar to me. Is it Galicia or Galicia in modern Europe? Hey, good to know, thank you. It's not only in Spain these days. Thank you for the knowledge. We're learning. 58 points. Oh, it's time. One more crowd corporation in St. Lawrence. St. Lawrence. Also, my volunteers have arrived. Now, I can't control them. I can control them. Got it. They're in a completely different area than normal. May I give them a... What did I just do? Okay, this is the field marshal. To give you a field marshal if I can. Alright. Who's going over there to help out? Sure. Henry Duncan Graham will look over the one group and see what happens. Hey, Miracle Gus, thank you for the resubscription. How's it going? Good to see you today. Netherlands has joined Bene Sam. So, Luxembourg is a new name apparently. Bene Sam. Who dat? Who's this? Wilhelmina. So it's Belgium, the Dutch East Indies, and the Netherlands. Is Sam Samoa? I don't know that at all, but interesting. What are they up to there? Economic recovery is slow. GS3, I assume they're spies of some sort. Ambaten Ven Verbod. Civil servant ban. Government officials may not join any far left groups. Okay. So many cool pop-ups here. My division has arrived, and yes, indeed, I can lead them. Here they are. Carlos Volunteers. Also, the Canadian Theater. I appreciate the RE spelling. So how may I best assist here? We brought along a fellow who is a hill commander, I believe. who's still on his way. They're 9 days. Yeah, I guess just shoring up here makes sense. Right, we can support immediately, I suppose. Nationals coup Bolivia. More coups. Oops, all coups. Angered by the failings of the failings of the previous administration, a number of disgruntled Nationals Army officers have launched a coup in Bolivia today, successfully deposing the La Paz government. In the wake of the takeover, representatives of the Razón de Patria, the homeland reason of homeland, not sure, called for a return to national greatness, and it seems clear already that the new administration is keen to embark on a new revanchist foreign policy, one that's sure to set them on a collision course with Bolivia's neighbors. Already there are whispers of figures within the Redepa concerning the outright dissolution of parliament, and if these rumors are true, it represents a decisive shift for highland country's politics, as well as wider region. Bolivia wants land. We'll see. Almost here. Didn't get there in time to support, unfortunately. They'll probably attack again in a second. We have almost no reconnaissance. There's one there. Also, the Liangguang clique declared war on the Liangguang clique. So, that's here? Is that inside Ma clique? It's like Ma Bell breaking down into the constituent baby bells. Cool? Is that both here? No, that's Shanghai. Here they are. We found them. They have the same name. Good luck to you all. Far away in Chinaville, not my concern. Instead, my concern is clearly who wins the Spanish Civil War. Now that I'm supporting you, okay, I believe it makes sense for us to attempt to unpin this group. I should have set a front. I was doing the normal RTS thing instead. And then I don't really want to lead the charge. So I was going to hang out here, I guess. Like, we can plan the assault anyway. Like, to here... Whoops. Plan assault anyway, rather. Here. But, I want to wait for someone else to launch it instead. We'll see. Folks, another hour gone. Been live now for 2 hours and 30 minutes. We're going to take a quick 3-minute ad break, during which we'll do a little bit of crossword puzzle. We'll come back then and see how we can support this thing. Though, gosh, there are a lot of troops right here. I'm not quite sure what's happening. I don't know if anyone has taken land in the middle yet. I believe this has been an expansion in the south, though. So, we'll see what happens. That said, 30 minutes ad break. Thanks for being here. See you on the flip side with an opportunity to learn more about history as it might have been. Okay. So, untangle. You can untangle a mystery. You can untangle a cord. You can untangle your lights at Christmas time. Backbones. There's the scapula. Is that right? It's not gonna fit, is it? What else is in the back? I mean, there's the clavicle. I think? Or is there like 2 different bone names there? I've forgotten now. Well, not sure. That said, backbones can also mean like to support bones. Like I back the new dinosaur skeleton at the Field Museum. Backbone, of course, is also like one's grit or willingness to persevere. Litigants in a famous 1857, sorry, infamous 1857 decision. I mean, is this Dred Scott? I believe it's Dred Scott. Swank. Could mean posh, possibly. 1857. The other possibility is Scopes. I believe Dred Scott was in 57, though. Pitcher handle. So this could mean like a baseball pitcher's way they hold, like their grip. It could also mean a pitcher, like a pouring pitcher, possibly. But I have no idea what the handle's called. No idea. 3 hanky films. So they're like criers, sobbers, sob stories. How about sob fests? I don't know. A glimpse as of the future. A premonition, an omen, a feeling. A flying solo. Ha ha ha, it's Han Solo. A Pluto or demo follower. Plutocrat, Democrat, I assume. A blank ray. Blu-ray. X-ray. I mean, solar ray would fit, I'm not sure. Sugar ray would fit also. A Sherry, who acted in Inspector Gadget and Scary Movie. I know Sherry O'Terry, but I don't think that's her by any means. A flower-like decoration on a cake. Once a time, maybe 8 months ago, we talked about how those flowers on cakes are made, and the way in which one can have different nozzles on different piping bags. What they're called, I have no idea. A tag line, do not remove, like on the mattress. Timpanus Jones, who co-founded the racially integrated Symphony of the New World, which performed its premiere concert in 1965. I do not know any Timpanus by name. That said, a friend back in high school who wrote a song called In a Timpani Drum, like hiding away from the world, but still having lots of noise coming into you. And I love this song so much. And then I lost track of this guy, because I went to college, and I finally looked him up online in kind of a creepy way. And the only thing I discovered is that he is now a bus driver for the city of San Francisco. And I discovered this because he won some award for being the best bus driver of the year or month or something. And so I'm trying to decide if I want to reconnect with this guy. Would it be appropriate to write a letter care of the San Francisco Bus Authority? Because I want to reconnect with him, but I can't find him on any of the normal reconnection places, and I'm not going to fly to San Francisco and go find his bus. Would that be weird? Is that an appropriate thing to do? Is it one of these if it's possible, that's fine, It might be weird though, but I'd like to talk to him again. I don't know. Maybe we should leave the past in the past. Feeling things. I mean, one's senses, one's fingers. Being emotional. Unsure. Morehouse House. Morehouse has dorms, like many other colleges. We'll see. Ex blank, from one side in legalese. Ex partio, possibly? Doesn't fit, unfortunately. Ex parte instead, I believe. Is that right? Ex parte? I think so. Abets. Helps, aids, possibly? Something like that. Alright, ad break is over. We pause the game there. Good progress so far on a Monday. Imagine how special he'll feel have someone go for that after reconnect. So Toasted Corn, I agree. I think my question is less, would this guy feel okay getting the letter? And more, is it an inappropriate use of work resources? Or I could have a letter for him inside of a bigger envelope that's written to HR there. Because HR would probably be able to figure out who he is and where it goes. And have a message to HR that says, hi, I'm trying to reconnect with an old friend. Would it be cool to pass the letter on to him? Cause I worry if it's directly to him, if people think, oh no, it's a collection agency. Imagine how creepy it is to be hunted down years later on the internet. Is it creepy? I don't know. If someone from your past, someone you had a good relationship in the past, no bullies, no ex-girlfriends and boyfriends, sent you a letter at work, and the letter said hi, I'm so-and-so from such and such, remember the great times we had, whatever, I found you on the internet because I wanted to reconnect with you. I'm sorry for reconnecting this way, but what would you say about exchanging letters, or here's my email? In the first instance of getting that, would you feel, oh wow, how cool, or ew, that's gross? Give me number 1 for, hey, that's cool, and number 2 for, ew, weird, that's gross. Because I could see both sides. I think I would feel, hey, that's cool. I'm pretty sure, okay, we're getting near unanimity on, hey, that's cool. Okay, that actually gives me a lot of confidence to go ahead and do this thing. Assuming he still works there. I found him online about a year and a half ago. I was like, should I? I shouldn't, but I'll go ahead and do that maybe this evening. 1.5, so possibly a little creepy. But I think it's like creepiness for a good cause. I think that's good. Or maybe I should end with, and also, I want to tell you about my new religion. That moved towards too. Email exists, the problem I cannot find his email address. The only thing online I could find for him is just this one award. And he has a very common family name, but a very unusual spelling of his personal name. And so I thought it'd be so easy to find him online, but he's never really been a computer guy. He's into reading books. He's into playing his guitar. I know he had an email address back in the day, but unfortunately I emailed him on my Yahoo account, which is now just totally gone. So, I don't know. Anyway, gotta fill up the water glass. Be back in about 30 seconds at most. You're welcome to... I'm not unpause the game. You're welcome to watch what happens with the army here. They should probably wait for their general before they do anything. But they're going to just stand right there. BRB, bar BRB. Water in hand. I knew the game was in a pause with story time, but I get back there. That's that. The creepiness factor depends strongly on the relationship I had way back then when we knew each other. I mean, we were pretty close. We were like hang out in bedroom friends, read poetry aloud to each other friends. This sounds romantic, I swear it wasn't. He showed me new movies or old movies I'd never heard of. I introduced him to books about philosophy. We had long conversations late into the night. About intellectual stuff, and then we just kind of grew apart. We took classes together at community college also. We took classes together on like public speaking, which was so awkward because that class requires like a really formalistic approach to giving speeches. In this speech, I will describe this and that. In this speech, I have 3 points that I will express. These points are number 1, right? That sort of, it was very annoying class. But we did those together. We took one history class together. Yeah, I think we were what do I say, close friends for a time. And then we grew apart when I left town. I think it even is the case that he wanted to maintain the relationship when I went to college. And we talked on the phone once or twice, but I really struggle when people don't live in the same place I do. We don't have common experiences. So, like, in some measure, I feel more comfortable talking to you all than I do people I was close with back in elementary school. Because at least we share a context of, hey, we're gamers, or hey, we're hanging out with this and that, playing the games together, or watching me play games. But yeah, I think about the people I knew in elementary school, I would have almost nothing to say to them other than like, hey, how's your life going? Which feels like a question you ask a stranger instead. I don't know. I often say I'm really envious of people who have long-term relationships, people who knew you back then and can help you see that person now. But for me, it's largely gone. The Fourth Balkan War has launched. A country born in the Balkans after the Waitkrieg? Greater Bulgaria, the titan of the peninsula, uniting all Bulgarian lands and beyond. The kingdom for all Bulgarians was born with bloodshed and war, though defeating Serbia, Greece, and Romania in the Weltkrieg, a move that these 3 nations are still bitter about today. The tension led to the formation of the Belgrade Pact. This alliance of Balkan states has now declared war on the Tsardom, throwing the region into conflict yet again. Will Ferdinand I save his nation from the overwhelming force, or will his kingdom be divided once more? What's with the Balkans and all this war? A Jerry Seinfeld line if I've ever heard one. Alright, alright. We have a question. This is the dumb part. I think this is not our concern. They're far enough away from Britain. But autocrats, populace, that means fascist, correct? We have a fascist we can support if we want to. It's striking these different nations have different politics, but have come together over Bulgaria. I'm staying out of it. I'm staying out of it. That said, we have a new research slot. And I just don't know what to do. I think it's time to start thinking Navy thoughts. I think it's time for Navy thoughts. We know how to make destroyers and cruisers. We have at least one carrier, I believe. Building up submarines for defensive purposes seems like a pretty good idea. This is part where I'll say freely, I've never done anything naval other than deployed submarines to hold my convoy lines. So we're gonna try that and see what happens. The evolution of an earlier submarine design, some of these warships took a cruiser submarine idea further with larger guns and a greater emphasis on surface abilities, while others look in the other direction, seeking to increase underwater capabilities and performances. Do you want to appear on the surface and using your main gun to take down carriers? Just don't get shot, it'll be real bad if you do. Alright. So we just chose... Right, we did the Research Council. If I hit the rail expansion, I can then get more natural resources, which would help us to speed along our overall production. I suspect it's the case that if I tried to turn the Navy on more fully, it would require us to have a bunch more resources available. So I think getting resources going before getting the Navy going, I think makes sense. Also, we still need to resolve the status of our nation. Alright, doing rail expansion, then gonna have a conference among the Dominion. It was the only the promise of a transcontinental rail network that brought the western provinces into our Dominion. Maintaining and expanding the network will help ensure our continued control over the region and will serve us should we ever require large-scale fret. Should ever require large-scale fret between both seas. Huh. I thought it'd be if we ever experienced large-scale fret. Fret meaning worry. Can fret also be used like metaphorically, like a fret of a guitar? Like a line between sides? I know freight also. Huh. If we ever require large-scale fret. Maybe that's a word for freight in French. I have no idea. Alright, we'll see. More guitars needed. More guitar. Actually, I now must know if the word fret has other meanings I don't know. Alright. To eat or gnaw into. And we require that. So we don't require that. To cover emotional strain, we don't require that. Passing time, no. Eating, wear, vexation, wearing. Decorate. An ornamental network. Series of ridges on the fingerboard of an instrument like a guitar to press against the frets. So it doesn't say there's an older meaning of freight. Better know. French speakers? Let's see. English into French, if you please. Ah! Alright, look at that. Fret is a decline, or just the word freight. Alright, if we ever need freight from place to place, how nice. We include little bits of French for our Canadian friends. That's lovely. Absolutely lovely. How are things going over here? We're charging! I should be helping! Hey! Go, Carlos, go! I shouldn't say that. Oh, goodness, goodness, goodness. Let's request expeditionaries. We can ask the other people of the world to help me. Sending forces into an active war. It can't be done in a country that isn't in the war. So I'm helping the war, but not part of the war. Got it. The socialists assume full control in Norway. After winning the elections and forcing King Haakon VII to abdicate, the Socialist Party of Norway has today ratified a new constitution, which fully turns the country into a syndicalist state, just like France and Britain before them. With another piece of the chessboard joining the syndicalist cause, the balance of power in Europe shifted yet again in the great game of chess between the revolution and the old order. We've yet to see how Norway itself will affect the overall state of affairs. Did they really betray King Haakon's trust so shamefully? Oh my goodness. Norway is socialist indeed. I'm not sure I can get Great Britain back. I'm just not sure. But look, I'm helping! The Norwegian Social Republic has joined the Third International. The side of things I feel like I should be on, but no time, no time. Look, friends, we're building factories. Gradually, gradually, gradually. Look at that charge. We're not in charge. Oh, did we finish researching hospitals yet? We did not. I want to add that to my default unit planner. Also, the current research I'm doing gives me access to more factories. And I do want to do that, but I need to get an army leader in first. Or I need to send an attaché. 100 PowerPoints. I mean, the attaché is useful only so long as the war continues as a way to get some points. But we could get an army commander for just 50 points. 0.2 daily experience gain. 0.3 on other people. Division moving faster, super interesting, but not useful right now. Hyderabad has declared war on Mysore. Is that inside of Gandhi's territory or no? I'm making convoys, not yet. The Navy is just turning on, but he definitely should do so. It's not in Gandhi's territory. What's Mysore all about? No elections. Hyderabad is paternal autocrat. No elections anywhere. No one gets elections these days. But yes, he should be making convoys, definitely. But we'll need that for our eventual evasion. I'm trying to clear... I haven't made a single dockyard, number one. I'm trying to clear through the old production queue of boats as usual. But probably making convoys would be a good idea. More war in India. Hey, we pushed forward! Hey, we helped! Alright, and look at the little experience gain. We may end up a level 4 group yet. Hey, how's it going today, Golden Suit? Good seeing you. The Exiles have been hard at work in the Dominion of Canada, attempting to augment the country's industrial base with their capital and expertise. They've asked the Canadian government where they should focus efforts. Give me a civilian factory, or give me a military factory. More civilian, thank you so much. Okay. I am here. I will deploy here to help. Go defense, go. Also, my front line is very awkward right now. Come on, team. Attacking in one direction, defending another way, so they're trying to make sure that support can't happen. We have joined a fight. No, we have not. Someone else joined the fight. Come on, come on, come on. You'll be there soon. I do kind of want to just trust the AIs to know what it's doing. Uh-oh. Little loss there. Also, Xinjiang clique erupts in war. It seems like the Western Gate between China and Central Asia has broken down to violence once again. Governor Jin Shu-ren's recent dispute with Kumal has resulted in a large contingent of volunteer soldiers rising up against the army garrison. Rumor has it that the soldiers rising up against the army garrison, whoops, rumor says the Turks to the far west are preparing to defy the governor once again. The governor of Xinjiang, should remain Chinese, represents a potential ally to the Southern Democrat cliques. The Kumalix, however, seemed to vary greatly in between respect for Beijing to restless xenophobia. The Eastern Turks doubtlessly would separate from China entirely should they win. Problems in Turkeyville. Also, I've noticed a couple times in this game in which nationalities or ethnicities are lowercased. Does anyone know if it's an intentional decision on the part of the devs? Or if instead it's a typo or what? If there's a British earlier with lowercase b maybe. Alright. I've deployed my troops. This may have been a mistake. We have 24. We're going to be taking the brunt of this thing in a moment because their organization's dropping out. Oh boy, maybe, says the game. Maybe for a moment. Oh, Canada is fighting now. Canada victorious! We did it! I want to help this battle, but we can't do so. So they're attacking from this side. But Canada held out. The commander is here. I will now support in this direction. I need recon. I need a recon company terribly. Rushing into battles I don't understand feels very bad. The Canadians come on next. Was that an instantaneous victory? Or maybe the leader of the group actually disengaged. I'm going to attack immediately. I'll lead the assault. Because they're disorganized, we're highly organized. And we got more railroads! Alright, railroads all the way out to the west now. With that, we're allowed to look at each of the three of these. Let's see here. If we do this, the Great Depression goes away immediately. That's amazing. If we do this one, we get the Canadian Broadcast Corporation. I don't know much about the CBC, but it's important to have a common base of media to discuss together. I mean, this tree feels so good. Now, I know full well at some point we're going to get attacked, and having not gone to other things, other situations, will be very exposed, but I'm going to finish the Great Depression, and I need to leave this tree. It's so good, though. Finally, our niches have borne fruit. The era of the Great Depression is over. We can move forward into prosperity one more time. Canada's on top again. And the Canadian Pacific Railway levels up. I'm not making any trains right now, I don't believe. Any military factories. So tanks have more reliability, or tanks are faster and have more defense, or better soft tack and defense. I'm going with reliability as always. I don't like when my things break down. Also, we have a second point. So with that one, we could take more reliability and speed, or we can open up the possibility of fewer resources needed. That's hugely important. So next time we choose this one, I do believe. Alright. Right. No one's dying? We're just getting points after points. Already up to 16%. Now 17. If we have one veteran group returning to help us against the Americans or the British, it'll be pretty good. Alright, Najd and Hassa has been capitulated and been captured. So that was over here in the Middle East. This thing was split, and now it is one. The Saudi government has gone to exile. The House of Saud will not rule in this playthrough. Instead, Jabal Shamar's in charge. Alright, Jabal, what do you believe in? Whom are you? You are a paternal autocrat, just like the Sauds would have been. I wonder what the substantial differences between the two families. Really no clue at all. Absolutely nothing. Alright, as we're fighting here and helping out, I noticed there's been a slight issue on the west. Of course, I cannot be in all places at once, but taking the airport would be absolutely huge. If we lose up to the river, it's not the end of the world. What's supply look like here? Fine. Actually better in the direction they're losing. Okay, I want to support this battle clearly. They stopped the attack. They're a very, very low organization. So here comes Canada again. Please support me. Please support me. Would anyone please support me? Hey, nope. Hey, there we go. The Carlos ship eventually just support us. We're losing organization real quick. It was a 1-on-2 initially. Alright, I should probably halt this thing. Alright, maybe later. A standoff in America, a tense standoff, has erupted in the United States. Oh, my goodness it has. Oh boy. Oh boy. President Reed fled to the city of Chicago after being forcibly removed from his position by General Douglas MacArthur. From Chicago, Reed's supporters have declared MacArthur's government illegitimate, as have the Southern supporters of Huey Long, based in Baton Rouge, and the Pacific governors and the leadership of Governor Frank Merriam. Oh boy, I know who I want to have join me. Were we playing a normal playthrough? Oh boy, this breakdown is it's one of those moments. I mean, but there she is. There she is. A little Rust Belt cooperation. A little good old Pennsylvania coming along with the Midwest. Or what is it? Lake states, I suppose. Alright, alright. All have been given a deadline by General MacArthur of 30 days to stand down or face arrest and execution. Considering all sides are rapidly raising forces, the idea that America is headed into a second civil war seems almost certain. Well, the neighbors to the south have a problem. I know there's a focus tree choice to deal with America. So this only opens the tree. But they'll have intervention or New England or gosh, who knows what. We'll look at it soon enough there. Americans at war, my goodness. My goodness, goodness, goodness. I'd like to finish the ending of the Great Depression first, and then we'll deal with our neighbors to the south problems. The army at the border. 1 second. My general's feeling really awkward up there. He's holding a defensive line, but as you see, it's has multiple tiles going towards it. That said, this should be a victory for Canada. East Turkestan declared war on the Jinyangs. So the relationship between West and East in Asia is falling apart. And the March on Dublin. What? 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 Elections were held in the Irish Republic, the island nation which won its independence from the British Empire in the wake of the Weltkrieg, was said to have achieved economic growth and security by entering Middle Europa, but it's found itself thrown into turmoil the past year by Black Monday, the Great Depression. As a result, the run-up to the election was the most antagonistic the Irish have ever had. Oman, I think? De Valera was elected president as head of coalition government. However, the coalition's terms, agreeing to leave the controversial Ulster pledges alone, were leaked to the public outrage. Consequently, the Irish government has been overthrown in a march on the Dublin by a far-right paramilitary group known as the National Guard, with tacit support from the Irish military and police. Can they distinguish between socialists and loyalists? So what's the government look like? This coup government? Oh my goodness. A war hero turned a political demagogue. Huh. Owen Duffy becomes Eoin O'Duffy. Fascinating. Fascinating. So they're being run by autocrats, conservatives, authoritarian Democrats, and paternal autocrats. Well, they might be friendly to me, so long as I let them keep their island. There may be some deception in the near future, friends. Not to say too much, but Ireland, look out. But then, the situation in America. The government's becoming alarmed at the rapidly developing crisis in the United States, particularly with the rise of the Socialist Party of America. A syndicalized nation on our southern border would be unthinkable. The violence is already terrible, to the point that numerous state governments in the American Northeast, lacking deadline ends, may very well be forced to. Unbelievable. Us to step in. So the Northeast states, led by the black paternal autocrats of MacArthur, may not be strong enough to push the socialist states out, led by Jack Reed the Unionist. Huey Long, national fascism is not quite right, but he's a populist indeed. Huey Long of Louisiana, it's the southern states together, and then out west, market liberals, Frank Finley Merriam, I don't know him at all. What do we know about him? Part of the California Republican Party. Interesting. He defeated a longshoreman strike. Up against the wall you go. So yeah, we probably want MacArthur to win this thing. Which I know feels awkward, man. But I think that's how it goes. Alright. I'm gonna change the Canadian theater name to, like O, Canada. Very good. And then over in Europe eventually we'll deal with that. So bring me O Canada, please. It is time for me to throw my Western forces directly defending the border to Seattle. The market liberals are surely not the worst, but they're also surely not the best. So, I don't want the whole army group there, I apologize, I moved the whole army group. No. Just the Western forces. You line up here right now, if you please. So no longer on pure defense. They're instead doing that, great. I think we move the border brethren into a more aggressive stance instead of purely defensive. Extend that line. This is a very, very long line that I do not like even a little bit. So, what's this box? What's this box? What's this box? It's a dog in an airplane helmet. Actually, you know what? How do I make you go away? Hello? Unknown command. Push on Snoopy? Push the button. Oh, I pressed the apostrophe. Thank you. So that's the, like, console? That's the console. I want MacArthur to win, actually, factually. So, I'm not gonna defend here. Instead, I need to be ready to invade. The lakes are in the way. So the real world, there's a crossing at Sault Ste. Marie, which I think is right here. Like a bridge at Sault Ste. Marie. But I don't know if that bridge exists in this game. I'm going to say it doesn't. So I think I need the border brethren to pile into Minnesota and go around. I'm sorry, socialism. You'll not have your day this day. So, yeah. Y'all pile there. And the army of the Quebecois will line up here, and we'll see if we can pass over at Detroit. Y'all going? Oh, sorry. That's the, oh, what did I just do? Oh, no! I put them all in the next group. Well, that's not what I meant to do. Alright. Everyone, you get to be a new army again. And here comes your old commander, don't you worry. Who was it? It was the person with the most French name. I destroyed the Quebecois once again. Georges Filias Venia, you're in charge again. Alright. And you are once again the Quebec's army. There should be a mark over the left one there, but no luck. Your flag is that one, and then your color needs to be a little bit bluer, but not too blue. Not too blue. I think that's the color of Quebec, something like that. This is an American trying his best, at least. It's got to count for something. Okay, my apologies. We get rid of this line. I probably didn't give him all of his troops back. Did I? Anybody here? Part of this army. All right, up to 11 now. Then yes, you all will have a line here instead. And you all go to that line. Lovely. Lovely. Everyone's going. Okay. Hope we don't get invaded up this way. Who are you? My swords capitulated! Hyderabad is now running them. So the southern portion of good old what's-its-place. India is once again held together. Though by whom? Not Gandhi. Not Gandhi. Alright, we have field hospitals now. Awesome. Let's have one army experience point for fighting. And we have new divisions ready. So... about whom am I more concerned? I'm more concerned about Chicago, certainly. I'm in a hope/trust that MacArthur will push south, if need be. But not sure. I should be exercising some units. Should I? The problem with exercising my units is that I'll run out of guns. They break guns. But maybe I should have them exercise. I don't know. I don't know. I'm always very cautious about exercising them, so we'll see how it goes. Civic states are growing quickly, they appear to be. Yeah, so new folks. You'll join the Pacific for a while. And one more of you on the invasion of Chicago group. Okay. I guess we can do more training. The Guangxi clique has capitulated to the Linguangui clique. There's some words for you. Alright, we'll train now. Oh, the problem is that everyone's already the correct level. Not everyone. Or the new troops are not the right level yet. You're gonna train on the front lines. Will that be fun? Absolutely. I believe the Canadian forces start at level 3, so they can't train. But the new people are absolutely right, should be doing some training. Breaking all the guns. Cool. Cool. Here we go. So we have military hospitals to put into the army planner when next possible. I want very much to also have convoys being made. That is a big deal to me. I think. I think. It's really early. What do I need? Like I said, I need a navy, but probably not yet. So we can do the radio, better reinforcement, etc. And then, the Dominion Cartridge Company. This is our support group. Has leveled up. So, cheaper support equipment, or faster military industrial organization research bonus. So research happens fast when it's done by these people. No. Or better piercing. I'm going to do the cheaper stuff. No great surprise to anyone. Boosted economy is best. Better excavation. So we got more. Hopefully more resources that we're still struggling on steel in a big way. Okay. We are plus 100%. That's crazy. On next level of construction because of our lovely federal relief camps. Better tools, better construction. Good, good, good. Let's go back to help with the Carlos win. The General MacArthur mobilizes against New England. Wait, I'm sorry, what? It looks blue. Huh. Okay. Further changes have happened. No. Swarm, I understand I'm not being good guy Zordy. This is a bad guy Zordy playthrough. Our mission is to retake the homelands no matter what. And yeah, I'm doing so entirely, like, I will help anyone if they leave me alone during my invasion. That's what it comes to. Alright, so a further splitting of the states. American Union State is MacArthur's now, is that correct? No. It's Huey Long. Oh, Huey Long has taken more territory, I think? Yeah, maybe? I don't think Colorado's his before. Anyway, I'm not sure. So, MacArthur attacking north. Maybe nothing changed, I'm not even sure. Anyway, although the British Crown had previously refused intervention in America, the governors of Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New York, and Connecticut have renewed a request for protection following an ultimatum by President MacArthur to the New Englander governors to allow Federalist troops to enter their states to fight the syndicalist rebels in the North. While aiding the federal government with the original plan, it's possible that MacArthur's governor is not as stable as we thought. Huh. Should we issue a counter-ultimatum? So, if I protect New England, then a state called New England that pops up becomes owned and controlled by Canada? Oh! I didn't realize that we would get New England. And even though, like, they're nice socialist people right now, the power of Burlington, Vermont spills out over everyone, I can force them to be quasi-fascist later. I know many of you are lovely New Englanders. And remember, this is just a game. Games aren't real, right? Right? Oh no. We must quote-unquote protect New England. Unfortunately, I moved all of my troops over to invading Socialistville. So I think I need to move at least this front over, which is the Army of Quebec, I believe. Yeah? Yeah, it is. The general's not there yet. 3 more days. Alright. We're going to junk this. If we need to invade, it comes from Minnesota, which is very awkward. I actually need to move someone else there now. Okay. So we need to move troops down and through. I don't know if a split will happen. We'll surely want to come down this way as we can. Everyone move over? Good. We must protect New England! The New England question has been decided. It's mine, oh mine, oh mine, instantaneously. Are we at war with MacArthur now? We are not. We are not. We simply took it, and they're staying out of it. Alright, team. We hold New York City. That's crazy. That's crazy. Huh. So we have a lot of production. We have more dockyards. We can start making the convoys we wanted the whole way through. So that means the Army of Quebec, so-called, is now going to be just north of New Jersey. And also, I guess, ready to invade if need be into the combined syndicates territory. Welcome to Canada, all you! Isn't New York still CSA? Oh! Interesting, you're right. Thank you, thank you. We have upstate New York. We do not have New York City. Thank you for catching that. A slight error on my part. I'm going to give them a fallback line to hang on, in case we need to split the forces across both. You will live in Albany. There you go, Quebec. Alright, dockyards. So exciting. So finally, it is time for us to... That's not the right place. Where's production? Where's production? There it is. And you go down to the bottom and say, I would like to make my friend and yours the convoys. Awesome. These other many ships will be done in not too long. May is the next one. So I'm going to go up to 3 convoys, and we'll see what or 3 convoy producers, and see what happens past that. Okay, awesome. 83 political PowerPoints. Getting closer. Yeah, Boston's great too, I'm sorry. Massachusettsers, I do not mean to say that you're a bad place to be, but you know. Alright. Now, we're actually going through this focus tree for free, I believe. Yeah, so either you go intervention, and I think it's like help out MacArthur, or New England is yours. So, we've intervened in New England. A number of Canadian ministers have met with leaders of those states regarding how best to keep order. The states have suggested setting up a provisional government for the region, one that would, at least initially, be under our control and brought into the Entente Alliance. Some members of the government, however, suggest it would be better if we simply occupied and administered the territory ourselves. Americans, they say, can sometimes be of suspect loyalty. Grateful or not, their goals may not mirror our own. To set up a provisional government, it becomes a puppet state called New England, and then joins our faction. Number 2, play them yourselves if you want to. That's kind of fun. Or continue the military occupation. Alright, so they are occupied states, or they are independent states. As we work our way down, how's this go? Okay, so Canada leads North America's home of the free. Do we have to take over all of Canada or all of the Americans for this? Interesting. Yeah, so I think it's forced the Americans in eventually. Maybe? I'm not sure how this one goes. The later part here is New England must be fully independent. America united, peace with being a Canada. Maybe we can't get all of these. This is confusing. There's too much going on. New England, you may be my puppet. You are never, ever, ever becoming independent. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah. Good guy us. Is that a mistake? That may have been a mistake. Because now we get a portion of their production, not all of it. Led by a man named Wilbur Lucius Cross. Yeah, give up the factors of the population, as I recognize also. Bum-ba-dum-bum, don't mind me. Bum-ba-dum-bum. The game doesn't auto-save. Oh, boy. Autosave. Ha-ha! 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 Shh. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, my computer's breaking. Oh, no, my computer broke. Ah. Why'd my computer break? Ah. They eventually use New England to puppet all of America. See, that's what I was trying to understand. Like, does they eventually have a final moment where I can bring them in correctly? I don't know. JPack, thank you for your subscription. Thank you for helping me to fix my broken computer. Oh, very confusing. Very confusing indeed. All right. What am I doing? When was I doing it? We assigned the troops to all locations? Okay. So the Civil War is not launched yet. Surely it would not. Surely it would not. I may actually do the same thing I just did. I'm not sure. Yeah, I may just do exactly what I did. America, the standoff. What's going on here? It's all very confusing. Carlism, what's happening here? We're holding an area. No, we're attacking in. I think this is the part where I said No, we're being attacked. Huh. I must have missed this last time. We've been driven out of that tile. I said it was a very awkward tile. I said also I thought we'd be able to invade this way. The Carls would do so, but they appear not to have done so. Alright, we'll heal up and go again. Dublin March. America's stepping into a civil war once more. Distressing. So I actually don't need to move the troops quite yet. Though I suspect we're going to need to invade Chicago. So we'll change this name. A funny name might be called Oh Canada. Can't imagine why I'd choose that name. We'll then take the Border Brethren and line them up. Yes. Right across here. Cool. Then take the Western forces and line them up. Right here. Come on. Across this way. Mysore was annexed again. There's no reason to be sore, friends. Something Mysore. Find the relevant joke. Pull out your index of resorty-based jokes. Which one is right? Seize Greenland? I didn't realize that Greenland could be mine. We call it one of the home isles. That's surprising. That's surprising. The king is very happy right now. Everyone loves the king. The British exiles have weakened in influence. I'd like to impress them. That said, we can ask them to do something. So make them be liked more, or give us political power and power gain and stability. Boy, I want to make them more popular. We can do that in other ways. So immediately they come into government and help us out some. After we get a chief of the army assigned, we will then... Yeah, after the chief of the army assigned, we'll then help them become good again. And I'll do training on anyone who is lower level. Once they get to their appropriate posts. There they are. So anyone lower level, no one in that group. Quebec is perfect. The Border Brethren, let's get you training. And the Far West the same. There we go. They're breaking all my weapons now. Okay, may I help in Spain? Hello, Spain. We're all ready to rock again. They're attacking in the north. I mean, supporting that makes sense. So we'll come in and support right here. We may end up being helping at some point. Hey, Jack, how's it going? Hope we're doing well today. In we go! Yes! The line... Oh, gosh, no! Alright, we have a bunch of units here. But they have 386 defense. Man, mountains are pretty cool, aren't they? Afraid so. Alright, field hospital research done. With that done, I'd like to have the radio next, so we can talk to each other. We're having the amateur radio inventors teach us how to do things. It ain't that great. We have our supply upgrade there, so we get more support items soon. We're going to assign these 2 new Canadian units to what? Put one on the Western Force. One on the Western Force, just in case. They'll go level up also. And the other one, I'll move towards the army that might defend against the invasion of socialist land. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Come on, New England. I'll support you. I'll give you what you want. I promise. 100 political power, nice. Excavation is done, fantastic. We then immediately go over to better construction. 100 days will make things even faster than before. We are beginning to have bleed over. The factories of Ottawa are getting made. So this is the point where I begin thinking, is it time for at least one military factory? Or do we continue just making civilian? I'm kind of back and forth on that. I know we have a couple more Commonwealth corporations we can build in order to get the civilian side. I think making some military factories makes some sense. Fortunately, I'm seeing low infrastructure basically everywhere. So I'm going to go and make one more road out here in wherever this place is. I'm sorry. And then give them a military factory to help out. More construction, more good. And I promise I'll return to making more civilian factories. They're just kind of boring. I understand building up an economy is an important part of any Paradox game. But you know, MacArthur is coming against New England. We can't tolerate that. New England must be protected. And indeed, they join us immediately, saying, hey, thanks. Hey, thanks. Look forward to receiving, I don't know, what's the standard American thing? I want apple pie delivered from Boston at once in celebration of our joining up with them. With that done, the so-called Army of Quebec will move on forward and set up a fallback line across here in preparation to march either on MacArthur or onto the great state of Pennsylvania. What to do with New England? What to do with New England? I want to look at the focus tree again. Because I think if we give them independence, they will eventually join into us. So, the new home of the free, no refugee crisis. The Civil War continues. No, this comes when the refugee crisis occurs. Got it. American recruitment requires what? Project Samaritan. After helping the refugees, will help the refugees, and then eventually, New England must be fully independent. America's united. And then we can have New England rightfully join us again. Yeah? No. No. This is... We let New England go more fully independent and share land back and forth. Yeah. Yeah. In early events, you have to own Massachusetts. Was that right? Okay. This one here? So either you have to own Massachusetts or the others. And I may own Massachusetts, I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm going to hold them militarily this time. I want my factories. So with that, it's time for me to change my garrison unit if I haven't done so already. Hello. Occupied territories. Occupied New England. Nobody likes that. Rabble, rabble, rabble. I think the Canadian Mounted Police will have the most suppression here. Is that true? And did I give the military police also? Their horses. I need 10 to get military police up and going. We are 38 points away from being able to get ourselves at 150, a leader of the army. And people are training also slowly. They're unhappy. Also need more infantry equipment. Fair enough. With military factory, we'll immediately send that to work on more infantry equipment. We only have one, that's fine. And friends, it's time for a quick little ad break. It's not been 3 minutes. It's been 57 minutes since the last one. Live for 3 hours and 31 seconds. 3 hours and 31 minutes. I know how time works, I swear. But what is time? Is it a sequence of events? It is the perspective of infinity? I don't know. 3-minute ad break, 3-minute crossword, and 3 minutes plus 54 minutes of gaming after that. Up to it. Possibly able, we'll see. Venomous reptile. I mean, the word snake comes to mind immediately. But I worry, is a snake a reptile or is it an amphibian? I think it's a reptile. I'm going to say snake, it might be wrong. Digs of private practice. There's an actor named Tay Diggs. Trey Diggs? Tay Diggs? I think it's Tay. Put a T and we'll see best. Tray? Tay? Think tay. A word with a ring or swing. Ring or swing with 4 letters. Like swing set. Swing. Swing. I don't know. Sheds. So sheds can mean to molt, to drop, to, like, it's a building, of course, out back. I'll put an S in either way. I think the relevant molt has a U in it. Is that true? Let's see. A kerfuffle's in a do, actually. So maybe, as AOL, why on earth I type AOL? This stream now sponsored by American Online. Get your CD at Target. Maybe molt can have no U. We'll see. Building extensions. Well, I want to say annexes. Or naves. No idea. So down's that. Jack Beeson's Lizzie Borden for 1. Lizzie Borden. It's an opera, I assume. Black Narcissus, author Godin. I have no idea. No idea. That said, I said earlier that the dolphin rests half its brain at time while sleeping. I wonder if the orca does also. So it could be a French name, I have no idea. A key place in a murder mystery, the crime scene. As we type that in, we're seeing a lot of these things are in fact, correct. I'm so glad I remember the word pearl for knitting stitch. My wife will be so proud of me. Hoops maneuver, is it the alley-oop? Cashew spreads, a nut butter. Light reflection measure. Uh-oh, light reflection measure. I don't know, unfortunately. A stash and a cache. Like stow away? Save for later? A son of Prince Valiant. I have no idea who that is. Punch server. Punch server. Oh, a ladle. I was thinking punch like whammo, but punch like a drink at a party. Red Clouds People. Is that Lakota possibly? Might be the Lakota Sioux. Golfer's Choice. An iron, I assume? All up front. All up front. Oh, this is very clever. The omni prefix means all, and it's put at the front. Omni, all up front. Swimmer Diana, who is the subject of a 2023 biopic. Okay, this is the woman who swam from Florida to Cuba, I believe. It's either that or the English Channel. I can't remember which one she is. And she was relatively old at the time she did so. Alright, the private employer is indeed the Army. Ha ha ha. Region whose name is Leeward, probably Kona. Is it Naiad? Oh, it is Leonid. Yeah, Naiad, which is a great name for a swimmer, right? Because Naiads are nymphs of the river in mythology. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool indeed. We'll pause the game there. Make it some progress. I'm going to give you another hour right now. Look at that exchange. You gave me 3 minutes of ad watching, supporting the fine corporations that support Twitch. In exchange, I now give you 57 minutes of focused content. Isn't that all we ever want? For now, we watch the Carless and see where we can help. Okay, so this line pushed forward correctly. My fine Canadian force could join the assault, I guess. It's in the mountains, though. No one likes that. I think we did this previously and it didn't work out. Alright, so they stopped the charge. That's probably for the best. I want to attack the airport. They support, I'm so glad for that. So because the force in the north is distracted, I think this assault makes sense. Now with that said, I'm sorry, what? We were not consulted about this, my friends. After seizing New England, the Royal Navy set out to the Caribbean to seize the island of Puerto Rico. While the local National Guard wasn't informed of Canada attempting to take over, they quickly stood down as they realized the Americans There they had no chance of defending the island against the new occupiers. While many Americans in Puerto Rico returned to the mainland to fight the Civil War, others have chosen to stay and pledge their allegiance to us in exchange for keeping their jobs. Nevertheless, our control over the Caribbean is now even stronger. I don't like that at all. Not even a little bit. Now, if this event read as they disobeyed commands, the king has a preference to hold what he has and not expand necessarily, but the Royal Navy seeing an opportunity attacked, I'd feel much, much better. But I'm not a fan when strategy games say, you've done this thing that you did not choose to do. That's why the focus tree is so powerful and so fun, is you get to choose what your nation does. Okay, so we've seized Puerto Rico. The American Civil War launched at the same time. I mean, we're at a question of, hey, you see the Civil War's beginning. Do you use this moment to go and grab Puerto Rico? Cool, awesome, I love it. But, I don't know exactly how that went, I don't think. That's strange, that's strange. Okay, I could put my volunteer back home. They're doing well over there, though, and getting experience points, so maybe not. The Americans are now at war. To those not in the know, it might seem like the crisis in the United States came out of nowhere, but experts agree this was a civil war years in the making. Years in making is what it says, sorry. I'd like to suggest this is the devs of the game being a bit snobbish. You think US couldn't go to civil war, but we know. Since the collapse of the New York Stock Exchange in 1925, the economy of the United States has been sluggish and mired in a deep recession. Now the United States has collapsed into an all-out civil war between the supporters of the federal government, the combined syndicates of America, the right-wing American Union State, and the remnants of Democratic rule in the Pacific states. Volunteers are pouring in from around the world to support one faction or another, with some characterizing the bitter ideological conflict as simply part of a wider conflict of ideals. The destiny of America is now at stake. Okay. Is this the part we decide we get to do? So if we want to, we can intervene. So you take both lines, help out Canada, or help out New England, and also intervene. The possibility then raised in the House of Commons is to recognize one of the factions of the American Civil War and offer them support in the form of volunteers and guns. It sure ups the others, but to stand by and do nothing so they could court disaster. Huh. I was thinking I could just attack directly. Do we have any justification on these? Before the Second World War starts, war goals can be gained from focus, etc. So we have to choose that within... It doesn't say when. I'd like for it to finish my current focus, of course. And how many more days to go? 7 days to go. Then we'll debate the question of do we join and who we support. I feel bad to have weakened MacArthur when I want MacArthur to win this thing, I think. Fighting for America. The rightful president. That's true. That is true. The socialist was elected in the election of, 36? He has Red Guard militias. Not well organized, everyone dies, but I think he gets more troops with that. Or our liberal friends in the West, or the Southern mess. So truthfully, I don't think we mind, it's horrible to say, we don't mind if Huey Long wins, but I think I want MacArthur to win. I know I don't want them to win, though, so we'll think about it. Being potentially pro-Huey Long feels real bad, man. For now, Carlism Ascendant. The assault in the airport. Like I said, the right moment because the group above has been tagged. Mexico has joined the forces of syndicalism. Why would they do that? I don't know. East Turkestan is having a wider battle over in West Asia. Look at them go. Look at them go. The refugees flood into northern Ontario. With the situation in America worsening, it's no surprise the Dominion of Canada has become the top destination for those fleeing the violence. Many of immigrants are legal, but an increasingly large number are not. Friends, I can't decide. Like, who made this game? Are these people outside of the US winking at us? Ah, American immigrants. Someone needs to build that wall. Already there's several refugee camps in northern Ontario, many of them coming from Minnesota, and their numbers are putting a strain on our supplies. Observers comment the situation will likely get worse before it gets better. Ontario's having a hard time with supply. Well, that's no good. It's no good at all. Well, we're okay right now. That's my supply page. Oh, right. We took over Puerto Rico also. I forgot about that. So... where's my color? Puerto Rico, you lovely island. That's the Bahamas. Oh, no. It's over here, isn't it? Just Jamaica. Oh, there it is. My apologies. I thought it was closer. Oh, boy. Worst American ever. So we've taken over Puerto Rico. We don't have a deployment holding it. And so I'm very surprised there's not like a single boat hanging here. With our seizure of Puerto Rico from the Americans, a Puerto Rican delegation was hastily assembled on the island from former members of the island's legislature. Led by liberal Antonio Rafael Bartelo, one of the biggest opponents of Puerto Rican independence outside the nationalists, the delegation opposed our government to be given independence in exchange for loyalty to the Entente. While discussions of the delegation dragged on, it became evident the islanders will accept nothing more than independence, as annexation to yet another nation without government representation, as happened in the US, would be unacceptable for locals. Furthermore, mentioning to the delegation to become part of the West Indies Federation caused outrage, as they quoted the Moyne report as proof the West Indies wouldn't be able to properly handle Puerto Rico. It's also a new year, isn't it? And we should have received our money to give to the... It's a new year and we did not get any more money to IEDC. Maybe it's a year from when they were initially formed. But no power yet. Alright, West Indies no good. With the talks having been finished for the day, the question remains, what to do with the island? Occupying it or giving it to West Indies Federation will clearly anger them, but giving it independence weakens our position in the Caribbean. They decide they no longer want their help. Give the island to the Federation? The West Indies get it, but then we control West Indies? No, we don't. We are part of a faction with West Indies. Hold it for ourselves? Independence, or independence and play as Puerto Rico. Friends, how does the Puerto Rico playthrough go? Is it just hold off everyone and have self-representation? Doesn't that feel nice? Alright, we're maintaining the island. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Also, folks in India are being taken over by Hyderabad. Also, the Great Depression is done for us. Ain't that swell? Okay. Have I produced any more boats? I have not. I worry this will be invaded and I immediately... How long until we get our next ship made? Any ship at all. January of 1940, good God. Okay. Well, this is not great. So in May of 37 is the next one. So this Crusader class ship will become the defender of Puerto Rico. Again, that's end of next month. Hopefully no one attacks me now and then. But it is time for us to... Alright, we can't... Time to run the intervention debate. Will we get involved in the American War, in the Southern conflict, in the troubles of the Yankees? What should we call this? What should we call this war? It's a four-way civil war. Four-way fight. Best name wins 100 resorty bucks. Or, best name if you're not subscribed, I'll give you a gift subscription. That's pretty fun. 223 political power. Awesome. We could modify the government. I would love to do that. But then I don't get an army chief. Ah, man. This move is so nice, though. I wish I didn't have so much political power. Alright, this gives more political power. We begin mobilizing. We're thinking about war in a big way. Alaska requests intervention. Alaska calls out and says, the American territory of Alaska has experienced a severe shortage of needed supplies following the outbreak of the Civil War. After a recent bombing in the city of Juneau, the Alaska government is fearing a breakdown of order, one that the far-off federal government will be too busy to respond to. Thus he, like the New England governors, has requested the Canadian government intervene for the interim to keep the peace. Good luck, Alaska, or let's move in. Whoop. Oh, look how big and beautiful we are now. Alaska, what's going on with you? It says supply problems out in the farther west. That makes sense. You have a port. You have an airbase. You probably need some, like, trains, most likely. Work on that at some point soon. The Fourscore fiasco. That's funny. Nice reference to Lincoln. Fatal four-way heck in a cell. WWE. MacArthur's Folly is an amazing name. I'm afraid that MacArthur's Folly might win. The War of Canadian Aggression. We didn't do a single thing. American Civil War II. Electric Boogaloo. Possibly predictable. I think I'm going with MacArthur's Folly might be the best. 100 resorty bucks to you, or 500, whatever I said. Number I said, it's all for you. Alright, 2 trait points for General Motors Canada. Oh, we got General Motors. Detroit's across the road, though. Or no, do we own Detroit? Who owns Detroit again? Whichever way, General Motors is with us. So this is for trucks, which we have not made quite yet. Better reliability, cost more resources, I'm not sure. Let's just go with better breakthrough for now. Good. Oh, another one. Another one indeed. Move down to hardness. Are we actually making trucks? I don't know. Okay. So we're getting 0.84 per day. What's happening to your team? What you up to? Hey, we took an airport. Hey, we have a very little organization. Hey, that will get repaired soon. Hey, I want to support this way, but not until we build a little bit more. Ah, there we go. There we go. From the airport. Hey, Brickhead, thank you for gifting a subscription to Lil Sexy Ed. The Great Western Delusion. Or Dissolution. The Great Western Dissolution is an excellent name. Brickhead Ed, thank you for your generosity and doing the thing that I should have done, namely giving a gift sub to someone. Brickhead's super generous to you, though. Thank you for 32 total gift subs. That's not a prime number. That's not a prime number. Democracy prevails in the Philippines. Also, this front is falling back more. I need to go support them eventually. Having just achieved independence in the United States, the Philippines face today perhaps one of the most serious challenges any new countries could face. Inspired by the Combined Syndicates of America and the Bartia Commune, disgruntled army officers marched on Manila to support rebelling peasants and workers. Their attempt was quickly thwarted as loyalist units in the army reaffirmed their support for and intervened in favor of the legitimate democratic Filipino government and drove the rebellious army out of the capital, ending the threat of a syndicalist coup before it could even hatch. The U.S. taught them well. Democracy in the Philippines today. The Kingdom of Hawaii wishes to join us also. I did not realize they were independent. Wait. It pops up with the Kingdom of Hawaii as joining the co-prosperity sphere. At the same time, they're asking me to join. Wait, did you actually join Japan then ask to join me as well? Huh. Of course you may join. Okay, so as we talk to them, we learn that they are with Japan. They want to change over. Sure. A possible position in the Pacific to help out. That said, a lot of the former American holdings are now Honoluluan, and thus mine also. I have a Pacific fleet. Let's hang out up here. I could move them forward to Hawaii. Well, they have their own navy. You'll be fine. I'll give you some investment in the future. That's not a prime number demanding 5 more subs. No. I think Brickhead Ed last time they gave gift subs said 31 subs. That's a prime number. And so they made a callback to that joke. No. I try very hard not to request subscriptions. Maybe one of these days I'll become one of those channels. But for right now, no, I'm trying to make jokes with viewers, jokes with jokes. Well done. Every piece of land helps us side. Panama seizes their canal. Oh no. Upon the start of the American Civil War, Panama took the 13-mile-long Panama Canal Zone from the US, officially to safeguard it for radicalism. This could be advantageous for us. Where's my President Carter, by the way? As we could demand Panama joins us or hands over the canal, and they would not be in a good position to refuse. So, I make them a protectorate, or have them join us and give some trade our way. I feel really most comfortable holding everything directly. But does this make angry Central America? Like, I guess if I'm playing as the king, I should be saying everything is mine directly. So the dissolution of the United States, it's really a toss-up for the control of this area. So give me the canal. We'll see if they agree. If not, I might go to war for it. We shall see. 85 points. Bring me here. Okay. What does the supply line look like here? So I can cut off that supply line and then hopefully leave the AI to win. So Portugal's with us. Who has sent people to Spain proper? Spain? That's them. Oh, sorry, the Germans, the Austrians, Ireland, Ukraine, and Morocco sent volunteers here. Portugal, and India sent volunteers here. CNT-FI is supported by the various socialist states, of course. Good call. Having Marines be a very, very good idea. You're absolutely right with that. I'm just hesitant about building too much. We have no Marine division, do we? We can make one. We don't have the points for it yet, though, do I? Let's see here. Or we're not research. I have actually not researched Marines yet. One of these days. My research is not very thoughtful. One of these days. Panama declines the terms. Despite our highly generous terms, Panama has declined our request to have the Panama Canal in our sphere of influence. We can admit defeat or prepare an invasion. Friends, you know what's happening here. We begin preparing war against Panama. I should just check to see if they have any allies. They do not. I don't have that many convoys. Well, 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 well. Well, well, well. It's time for our first naval invasion. Okay. I'm more concerned about this than anything else. I'm supporting MacArthur, probably. So I think it's a good idea for us to use this army for the invasion. Go to the harbor of Boston, please. And then, how does this work? Okay. We prepare an invasion. That's this button, correct? No. I might need a reminder of how to do this. Maybe this is EU4 I'm thinking of. What's the way to do naval invade, friends? They'll need one flotilla, possibly. Naval invasion support. Hey, there we go. It's this button right here. Just couldn't find it. The whole army can do that, right? Alright, very good. So, naval invasion. Low shore bombardment of some of these folks. It's the Atlantic Fleet that wants to do it. Alright, beloved Atlantic Fleet. You're in charge. Would I tell them where to go? Or maybe the naval invasion starts on the troops instead. Cannot recall. The fleet doesn't do the invasion. Is there some game I played recently where you start a naval invasion on a fleet? And it's like, take this fleet and this army and attack together? Just can't recall. Does it just click in? I don't recall how it works. Yeah, maybe I'll also click in. Once they get to the port, we'll figure it out for sure. Donors from the general, the naval supremacy. I'm thinking Victoria 3. Victoria 3 is what I'm thinking of, thank you. Thank you. So, the general gives that order eventually. Victoria 3 naval combat makes more sense to me than this one. The Panama Canal Crisis! Finished in 1914, the Panama Canal is one of the most important trade passageways on the American continent, controlled by the United States until now. With the outbreak of the Second American Civil War, the federal government was forced to withdraw the canal's marine forces, leaving it open to invasion. To little surprise, Panamanian troops launched an operation to take back a valuable area. This move, however, was opposed by Canada, which presented to them an ultimatum demanding influence over the canal. Though heavily outmatched in both industry and men, Panama refused to back down, sparking war in Central America. Is this the start of the Second World War? Army anchor button. Army... Anchor button. I saw it. There it is. Thank you, thank you. Cat. This is not a valid province invasion. Why not? So it says all of them are not valid provinces for invasion. Oh, from where first? Thank you, thank you. Okay, so from, there we go, Boston! Woo! Now where to? To Panama! And, I don't know, I kind of want to invade the capital. We'll start here, though, I guess. Is there... Yeah, the canal's there. We'll start from here. Right-click! What on earth is this? Like, genuinely video game. Is there a way to encourage them to take the more direct route? Like, why are they landing from the south? Is that because of where the port is? I'm going to cancel that, thank you. Yes. One more time. Land with the port. Yeah, I saw the one there and thought it was good. I just don't want to have to fight over the canal, but maybe we'll start at David instead. All right, one more try. So, I wish to navally invade from the great city of Boston. Click. And then, they launch from a Caribbean province instead? Oh, like launch from Puerto Rico, for example? Do I have to move my troops there already? I don't know that I could do that while the troops are far away. So, launch from here to, I don't know, here? Sure. So will the troops move on their own then? The Yankee Rebellion! That's the phrase, friends, the Yankee Rebellion. While our intention upon occupying New England was to safeguard the locals from the ravages of the American Civil War, it seems many of them have taken exception. Several leaders in Boston have publicly accused Canada of desiring to return the area to British rule. That's true. To squeeze whatever we can out of the region so we can return to the home isles. That's true. And that they would have been better off throwing their lot in with the American brothers and sisters. The fever pitch in the area has reached the point where we may have to reconsider our plan for New England self-government or face a long period of uprisings. This will amount to nothing. The Yankees move in the direction of more and more and more independency. Or, given the provisional government, nope, I'm keeping them, thanks. God. So, I have not yet put military police in the group. Can I modify? Can. If I give them local autonomy, it'll help them to chill a little bit in the long term. Alright, choose your own schooling. That's fine. It's fine. Have I eaten cheese doodles? I have. I like cheesy food very much. Brazil wants us to invest in their steel production plants. While they most certainly need the help, we stand little to gain directly on long-term investment, and thus be wise to consider our options. So, boy howdy, I want Brazil to join my faction. I don't know if there's a way to do that via focus or event, but having a better relationship would be very nice. I lose 50 political power, though. I don't know. It'll help us to get a non-aggression pact at least. Please do it. The steel market developed your town. Alright, for the sake of you, Z, for the sake of your city, there's your steel mill. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. That should allow us to get a non-aggression pact at least. Look at Canada helping everyone with our foreign investment. Alright. The big question then. Oh, I have to assign units to the naval invasion? Okay. Let's do that first. He said he's ready to go. There are no units assigned though. Thank you for catching that, absolutely. So, control click. I'm allowed to have 10 divisions, not 11. They're all moving as Puerto Rico now. Much better, thank you. Parliament had begun a tense debate over whether the Canadian government should recognize one of the warring factions in the South as quote-unquote the real America. Born in the USA. It's a tricky situation, as doing so will anger the other factions and potentially leave us with a hostile victor in the South. But even worse, the prospect of the so-called combined syndicate of America winning the day. We can't be expected to fight wars elsewhere with a syndicalist government sitting directly to the South, can we? For now, support merely means directing the Entente to send volunteers and equipment, but if we pick a side, some suggest our getting drawn into the conflict will become inevitable. So, the federal government is the only real one. This is indeed MacArthur, correct? Yes. Pacific State's the only one. This is the liberals, who, I don't know, might want some kind of like corptocracy. I love they cut off all the American flags over the stars. Anyone want to count how many stars that is? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 multiplied by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 6 by 8. Is that the correct number of stars for this era? I don't know. They're the most democratic? Oh, indeed they are. We don't need straight democracy. It is 48. CS Prof, thank you for doing math for me. So, no Alaska, no Hawaii at that point. I suppose that's right in 37. Alright. We're not bashing the fash. We are backing the fash. How it goes. So I can now send things to the United States. What do I have in my old stockpiles to be good to help with? I don't have that much of anything, but I'll send some trucks and artillery. Hello. Hello, MacArthur. Here comes some artillery. I'll send them one time. Let's do 100. Good resorty. I don't really have any rifles, unfortunately, to fix that. Here's some support equipment. One time I'll send you 50 of them. Trucks, I'll send you 100 of them. And I have some old tanks I'm actually not using at all right now. I'll send you 50 of those also. Alright, MacArthur. Use them well, please. I can't help directly yet. Also, the Army of Quebec is now heading to invade Panama, which means getting to protect the American soil is going to be a bit of a challenge. Unless I accept that, I don't know Pacific States at all. Like, I really wonder how defended it is up here. I see there's a battle going. Because I'm so interested in helping the feds win. Canada's one of Canada's best war crimes. Yesterday I told a Canadian streamer that we're playing as Canada in World War I era. And she said, oh no, that's the wrong war. I have a decision to have the Entente send guns to the government I pick also. Alright. Hey, there we go. Wait, deal with Yankee rebels? New decisions to stop rebellion up there. Alright. Support the USA. The U.S. Civil War raging. It might be good to send supplies and arms over. So that'd be send 2,000 guns. We have none of those. Is there a have the Entente? Annexation decisions. So you can bring Alaska into us. There's so many buttons now. So many buttons. Okay, I don't see a button right now that says the royal address the Entente. What's that do? Adds war support in the Dominion of Canada. The alliance members start working more closely. Maybe we need that. 25 points, though. Invite the Kingdom of Hawaii into our economic group. Oh, so much to do. Love it all, love it all, love it all. I need to stop the rebellions, though, obviously. And I need a leader of the army. This is the biggest thing. So I don't see a button yet to tell the Entente what to do. But I should probably go from north to south. The people of Maine, for 20 days, it costs political power. And they get fewer divisions, or we get more divisions or something. Send forces in a deal situation. I'm going to hold up on that right now. I have a few guns that has a little steel. Steel, absolutely right. Yeah, I'm really struggling with how to get more steel right now. Hawaii, you want to join me? Wouldn't that be cool? The Hawaiian government has seen the wisdom of the offer and agreed to join the IEDC, including 25 more political power. The first Hawaiian economist engineers have already begun to arrive in the Dominion of Canada. Awesome. I want to push the Fate Alaska button, but I want to hold off until hold off until I get the resistance target bit dealt with. I don't know. I'm not what that mean. I want to deal with other stuff first. We have too many fronts we're dealing on right now. Okay, I believe this royal address, Yantan, is actually over here, isn't it? It's not. But I think we should take the Imperial Conference so we're able to get conscription going sooner or later. Or we can choose Eyes to the South. It seems likely we'll intervene in the American Civil War at some point. Before we do, we must prepare our defense and lessen the chance that any intervention will end up being pure folly. More mobilization, more recruit population. Crossing the border comes soon enough. Alright, this is the decision to push our way into the US all the way. If they don't join the Entente, we'll return all American land which we do not get ourselves. We do not ourselves claim, rather. But we claim more land. Oh boy. Oh boy. So I want to get this done while the Civil War is raging. But I should have talked to the Empire a long time ago. I was busy building my economy, though. So this does not... Sorry, we don't get this done. So we don't fail to get this done while the Civil War is still raging. We'll do it now. Alright, thinking about joining the war. Thinking. Alright, we can get faster research, but well ahead of time. We're not playing Atomic this time. We had Atomic India last time. That was super fun, but this time, no. As we could continue strengthening our industry. But also, Marines or Mountaineers or Paratroopers. Or Canadians, bring me the Mountaineers, if you please. Hey, we've been erring with no mission. I wonder why. Oh, they're all fully leveled up. Previously they were working on, well, that's amazing. They were working on training, and they've trained up all the way, I think. That's true? I think that's true, actually. Yeah, look at them all being higher levels. Not these two. They're on a carrier mission. They can't train while being on the boat, unfortunately. Okay, what to do with... I actually forgot we had an Air Force. I'm so sorry. So absolutely sorry. We can assign it to the one dude here, I suppose. Or maybe the border brethren better. Unfortunately, as we see that we have no airports up this way. So if I slide in here, I won't be able to have my armies be supported. For now, though, we can put them into... We control the skies, of course. So, y'all... Oh, can we not actually do naval supremacy unless we, are at war? Or are they wrong kind of ones? This is a fighter. So you can do air superiority just where we are for now. Cool. I pushed the wrong key. Notice left click. Left click, right click, I always forget which one. Right click, how you do it. Alright. You also are fighters, still doing the same thing. Eventually we may have them... Oops. Move to air support, please. Are you on that now? You are? Over in British Columbia, we have a group that's just hanging out also. They are close air support, so no real job right now. Let's start bombarding things immediately. And down here... You are air support, air support, air support. Fine. Okay. That's all we can do right now until we're actually at battle. They're preparing their invasion still. What do you say, man? Not enough naval supremacy. Okay, so I need to move some boats to get naval supremacy in this area before I invade. Good to know. So I'm going to take the Lord Commander's fleet. Do I send the entire Atlantic Command down? No. We're going to send just the main Atlantic fleet down here to establish Supremacy in the area. And is that just patrol? No, it's just like drive down here, I believe. Or does that remove them from naval invasion support? Let's find out. Are you on the way? No. How do I add this? Or is it already added? Right click to add region. Okay, so I'm going to shift right click on this. And I believe they'll move down? You have your area. Now, are they waiting until it's actually launched? Okay, so it's no longer a concern about not having sufficient forces to help invade. Good. I wonder if I should have my submarines protect convoys in these areas then. Also, my commander can level up. I should definitely do that. Alright, torpedo expert or drill master or something involving destroyers. He's got cruisers. I believe the flagship of the cruisers will do that. And then Pacific Islands level up also. I don't know, man. Maybe the hunter-killer. Gotta get more submarines working in the Pacific, though. There are 6 of them. A start. Yeah, I think that ship will move when needed, then. Back to number 1. We have quite a few days remaining until Isla South is done. Are we doing factories? They're ruining the factories. I want to put 1 factory or 2 factories on repair duties to stop the Yankees from breaking all of my stuff. Hey, the volunteer forces in Carlos, Spain have returned home. Oh, is that because when you go to war? Oh, I didn't want to call them home. That was not the intention. Well, we helped Carlos, Spain for a little bit, but aware of our trouble pacifying the Panamanians, the Costa Rican government has offered their ports and free access across their land to help us in taking down Panama. In exchange, they expect us to protect them from the other nations in the region should need arise. We don't need a naval invasion anymore? I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? Okay. So Costa Rica wants to be protected, and they join the Entente. Wow. Wow. I could have asked them for access. I didn't even think about that. Welp. Cancel the invasion. Yeah. Good job. Troops, you can just drive on in to live on there. Can you not? What's up? Oh, we have to go from a port now. Can you attack from non-belligerent? In this case, suggesting I can. But maybe I can't actually. Wait till I land. The 10th International Congress. The 9th Congress of the 3rd Internationale, held in Paris, dealt with spreading the ideology overseas, supporting socialist movements and strengthening the ties between existing socialist nations. And thanks to the gathering's success, the 10th International has been called to be held in London. Representatives from the entire world were greeted by a British artillery salute, a Scottish bagpipe chorus, and an overall warm reception. As Europe rolls closer and closer to war, military and economic cooperation between the socialists is expected to be the primary topic of discussion, and France and Britain will once again call the shots on the Internationale's policies. Why is Europe rushing to war? Like, there's the Balkan Fund down here, but I haven't seen any events occur that have said war is coming. Like, and again, the same nonsense here. I understand it's, proxy wars in some sense, but... Also, we're almost out of fuel. I need to probably stop training, huh? Oh, the Navy is consuming all of my fuel because it unported. We don't need you anymore, boss. I'm so sorry. Please go home. Oh, poor Navy get confused. Or is this going to dock up here, possibly? Tibet has been attacked. Also, Costa Rica has called all of us into the Koto War. What is the Koto War? I guess that's what they're calling the invasion of Panama. And so yeah, they did join the invasion of Panama. There. I don't want to run out of fuel. Will they just port up? Or they're naval invasion support. I canceled naval invasion though. So you're still hanging out and doing that. You are operating a fleet area. I apologize. No more. Instead, what's the one that just like go hang out somewhere? Strike Force. Strike Force. You're a Strike Force. They're docked up again. We'll see if we need them. The war between HoI and the Buddhists. The tensions in Yushu between the Ma clique and Tibet has exploded once again in the northwest. This comes after months of instability in both belligerents that could only be resolved by a common external enemy. Incidents over the past half-decade, such as the Golok Massacre, the Jingning Council feud, and the rumors the next Dalai Lama living in Yushu, have preceded this latest war. Did you see the Dalai Lama come out with a statement a lot of people were expecting him to come out with, which is, I will not reincarnate Chinese? It's going to be a really interesting moment when the current Dalai Lama dies, because there are going to be explicit competing Dalai's Lama. Dalai's Lama? Dalai Lamas? I have no idea how to pluralize that word. I want it to be Dalai's Lama very much. But yeah, he has now said, I will refuse to reincarnate as a Chinese person. And then the government of China came out and said, we suspect the next Dalai Lama will be a Chinese person. So, I know that China did the same thing with is it Pa Shan? Whatever the second most important Lama of the faith is, they announced, we found him in China. And so there's like competing. Whichever way. Alright, had it not been for the intervention of Mongolia, the conflict could not have reached a fever pitch. Darn you, Mongolia! It's possible the struggle could see the Chinese government out east detach from Xinjiang, or see the HoI reassert Chinese hegemony in western China. Oh boy. How's it going, team? How's it going, team? Alright, so Tibet is at war with Ma. So war here. Man, I'm considering what it would be to be a Chinese playthrough, or to play a Chinese playthrough. Just so much going on. Don't even know how to think yet. And are we involved in too many wars all at once? Maybe so. The Dominion of Canada relies a great deal on its trade routes that go to the United States. While the Civil War has benefited us in some ways, namely that orders for Canadian goods from abroad have increased as American sources become unreliable, the fact is that many of our exports have always gone to America itself. With our biggest customer now an unreliable destination, our economy is left reeling, attempting to figure out what to do until the Civil Wars ended. Alright, all production down. How about we just hire them to make military stuff? That'd be pretty cool. I'd like that a lot. Alright, the force has arrived here. So you 10 folks are ready to invade. We're going to set our front right there. And you should move over immediately. Indeed you do. And the invasion of Panama's on. I'm very surprised they've had no allies show up. I don't know who those people would be exactly, but it will be ours, hopefully. Unless Costa Rica falls before we get there. Hurry it up! Hurry it up! Is this Canadian power projection, I believe? Something like that. So we have another 42 days to cross the border. I'm really curious what the state of things will be once we get involved. The Syndicalist revolutionaries in Switzerland. Uh-oh, not so neutral this time. Chaotic reports are coming from the small mountain republic of Switzerland, stating that Syndicalist revolutionaries have seized the western regions of the Romandy, Romanda, and occupied Haute-Savoie, following a Swiss military crackdown on the region. Supporting the successful Swiss revolutionaries, French troops have quickly moved in to occupy the region, and the Swiss military has held a defensive posture, unwilling to advance into the French guns. It seems the speed of the revolutionary action has caught the Swiss government off guard, and they're unwilling to escalate the violence into a full war with France. It remains to be seen what the Swiss will do next. How could this have happened? It's my sense of what the war is going to be about is that Germany is going to get tired of all of the syndicalists around it. Say, look, we're a social democracy. We want to make sure that people have nice lives, but not on the commune team. And they'll start lashing out at everyone. But I'll be curious to see what the precipitating incident is, if anything. Also, I don't have any spies yet. I keep wishing I had spies. I should probably build them. The Austrian Empire has declared war on Hungary. Why? Usually we get a long... There we go. Crisis on the Danube. During the Austro-Hungarian Ostleak of 1937, the Austrians promised the autonomous states of their empire that minorities in Transylvania would also receive autonomy. The Hungarians, however, were unwilling to oblige, with the dismantlement of their state and privileges within the monarchy. In consequence, the Austrians have announced their intention to both humiliate Hungary and to liberate the Slovaks, Transylvanians, and Ruthenes by force. And already skirmishes have begun along the Austro-Hungarian border. Only time will tell the fate of the formal dual monarchy. I said formal, I meant former. Argentina has declared war on the Patagonian Workers' Front. Argentina, that paternal autocrat, said no syndicalism here. The Chilean-Argentinian War begins. My goodness, 1937, a very hot year in the world. Tensions have been running high between the two regional powers for years now, as the ideological differences drove the nations ever further apart. Support by Chile for the FOP in Patagonia and the incapacity of Argentina to quell the rebellion have finally come to blows. The joint offensive by the Argentinian army and armada was met with heavy resistance on the Rio Negro, with Chilean forces opening fire on retreating Argentinian troops. Okay, so is it the case that Chile is supporting the Patagonians? Let's see, Chile is sending volunteers to Chile and to the syndicalists up here, it looks like. I need to bring troops back at some point. Folks, another hour gone. It's 1 p.m. now. Are my forces moving when I need to move? Did I not assign to a front? Hello? Team? Why are they going to here? Also, why are these on fire? Oh, those are revolutions. There are people wanting to be independent. For a quick ad break, if you have any idea of why they're not going to the frontier, I'd love to know. Oh boy. They can't go to a non-port location. Panama took the port. I had my naval invasion all planned for Puerto Rico and then canceled that. Friends, quick ad break. 3 minutes. This'll feel good. I trusted the Costa Ricans. Never again. Never again. Never again. Alright, we're doing some downs. Let's see what we can get done here. Rap. Rap could be end something. Rap could be like a shawl put around oneself. Rap's a little verb, meaning to envelop, possibly. Possibly to envelop. Welp, envelope. That might be wrong. What's the V here? Backbones. Backbones. No, not sure. I'll put posh back in. Can't think what it would be, but... some startup co-founders for shorts. Are they just like CEOs or CTOs, possibly? We'll see. Major anniversary. Major anniversary. So major the military rank, of course. It could be like one's golden jubilee. Pro blank. I mean, there's lots of pros. I put pro tem in, but I have no idea. Not inclined to crush on anybody briefly. The aromantic person. A ticket specification is one seat. Scholarly terms. Scholarly terms. So it could be a term, like a period in a position, like tenure or terms. I mean, it could be a semester, possibly. There we go. Period when scholars teach semesters. I've never heard that name before. Who? Okay. Reddish brown semi-precious stone. I mean, ruby comes to mind as reddish brown. That said, I don't know if rubies are actually reddish brown because they are, depicted in video games as like beautiful bright red. So I like plutocrat and democrat. If it were ruby, there'd be a U right here. So something blank RU. I don't know. Not sure. Utter. So utter in that spelling means to say something. Not sure. A facing. A toward. Would mean the molts is wrong, possibly. A paired trout with stout. Rhymed, probably. Blank Sioux Nation, Nebraska's tribe. I don't know, unfortunately. My knowledge of all things Aboriginal is pretty bad. A country's destination for mountaineering. I mean, Switzerland, surely. Oh, Japan is also. Japan is. There's a tremendous mountain climbing snowshoe area up in Hokkaido. We went there this past year. Japan! Australians love it absolutely. 1966 comedy starring Sophia Loren and Paul Newman. I have no idea. Flunky's responses. I mean, maybe it's yeses, possibly. I'll do anything you say, sir. Ball and Cheese Shop. Probably a Ball Adam. Grey Wolf, by another name, is the Lobo. A 1968 self-titled album that opens with the motorcycle song. Friends, it's Arlo Guthrie. Oh boy. I think that also includes the Alice's Restaurant song. Very good, very good, very good. We got 1 hour left. Our disaster in Panama. So is it time to plan a naval invasion again? And like the strongest apologies to Costa Rica for not getting there fast enough. I now see what the game wanted me to do. Namely, I should have stationed a bunch of troops in Puerto Rico immediately, but I had no way to know that we have an opportunity to seize things from Panama right away. It feels a little bit in this game, and this is like probably no like particular news, but it feels a little bit in this game like there's a particular set path the devs want you to follow, and they use events as a way of forcing that way of play. Now, you can, of course, say, no, I'm unwilling to invade Panama. Fine. But it just doesn't exactly seem like the game allows for as much freedom as I wish it were. Wish it would, rather. I don't know. This support. Invade from the north, please. We're going to go straight in, and all the way around. Cool. Have you been planned? I think you have. But I don't see the line. What am I missing? What am I missing, boss? Shouldn't there be a line pop up by now? Ready. That's them going home. Oh, gosh. We are currently struggling with the UI a tiny bit. The rising sun. Uh-oh. Oh, Japan's doing stuff. So, invasion. I want you to start here. I left clicked. You had to right click. There we go. Alright, the line's ready. Wish to assign these troops now. How do I assign a large group? He never quite remembers. I have to click through his shift. It's fine. Okay, and all of you... Why can't you join this? Probably a pop-up. The situation in Japan has been ever critical since the Tsingtao Accord, muddled by numerous economic crises and unrest. Their ineffective response to German interventions in China led to the collapse of the autocratic Tanaka regime. However, the Empire of the Rising Sun managed to bounce back as a regional power limited to the reaches of East Asia. Today, in 1937, Japanese leadership has announced a new plan to seize their spot amongst the great powers by force if necessary. This news has already begun to reach Berlin, with the Kaiser and the Chancellery having yet to respond to a barefaced threat over their colonial holdings. I'm suspecting that Japan might look east in order to seize my beautiful Hawaii. We'll see. With the pop-up gone... Why can't I assign you? Do you have to be on dry land before I can do so? There we go. They're assigned now. Took a moment. And the game believes we could go ahead and launch the invasion. I don't have you all on support the invasion. Now I do. And with that, the general believes he's ready in good old, what's your name? Georges Philippe Vendée. We trust. He is no longer sure. He now says it's very risky. He's confused. Alright. Hawaii? Yes, Hawaii has to be our protectorate. And so we are protectorating it. We really have no oil. We gotta fix that. It's real bad, real bad, real bad. Navy, you can't do anything. Just return to hanging out. Do your port thing. You all post up to patrol. Here. Good. And then I order the other folks away? No, there's docked up, I think. Yeah? Yeah, I think so. What's this mean? I think it's hanging out. Alright. With the situation in America worsening, it's no surprise the Dominion of Canada has become the top destination for those fleeing violins. Many of the immigrants are legal, but even more are not. The refugee camps in Manitoba also. Oh boy, supply troubles through and through. A message from the Australasian Confederation wants to give me more guns. Thank you. Goodbye, convoys. Alright, wow, the Xinjiang clique has capitulated. So that is a group that took a lot of territory in China, and now has fallen, I believe. Ma and Tibet still fight, but out here, yeah, a League of the Southeast Provinces. Fascinating. Too confusing for right now, but fascinating indeed. I need to stop... do I? How much are we gaining? 0.01 exercise per day. Our troops are nearly up to level 3 in that group. And the same here. I'm going to let them finish, because soon enough we're going to have to invade Canada. Sorry, we are Canada. Invade the US, so higher level is good. Fuel refills bit by bit. The 1937 Dutch elections. Also, finally better submarines. Hooray! The Netherlands have traditionally been one of the most politically stable nations in Europe, and the Dutch people have for years been entrenched in their own institutional pillars, which have tended to undermine radical tendencies. Due to the economic chaos caused by the Netherlands' close ties to Germany and Middle Europe, and the rise of the far-left Red Front and nationalistic VNH, the country's political situation is more tense than it has been in years. The ruling CNA, an electoral bloc made up of conservative and confessional parties, won the election with a tiny minority. Unwilling to rule alone, they invited the Liberals into coalition. The country now has a distinctly centrist government that might be more willing to negotiate with the far left and the right both. Alright, so the centrist government might go either way, but at least it's not one of the stronger politically motivated parties. Yeah, politically motivated, was a better phrase. Culturally modifying parties. I want to get better submarines being made at some point, but I don't want to change the current setup, I don't believe. Alright, up here we can do upgrades 0.6 years ahead of time. Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe the armored car is better to do. We do have our hospital made, waiting for 10 points to add that. We are beginning Marines, correct? Mountaineers, rather. Got that going. A straight upgrade on artillery is always nice, so there we go. Better artillery real soon. Need the military police. I now feel very silly that I spent so much political power on building civilian factories. The fall of Madrid! Hey! I want to say that I helped with that. I want to say something, adding pressure here, something. I have no idea what happened. Those of you who know this game well, who usually wins this? Or is it the case it's a pretty fair battle between them? Reports from Madrid confirm the Spanish city has been captured by advancing Carlist troops after long merciless fighting through the hilly terrain in the Old City. Spanish forces put up stiff resistance, hoping to delay the Carlist forces for as long as possible, but were eventually beaten back. Official reports indicate that though looting has been widespread, monuments and noteworthy buildings have been entirely spared. With the fall of their capital, it's expected for the Kingdom of Spain to surrender soon, despite calls for merciless resistance from the generals. So falls the heart of the Kingdom of Spain, and that's a good thing. Go Carlism, go! I feel ridiculous not being able to pull off an invasion of a tiny island yet. He believes he's ready. Some divisions not in place yet. The full preparation takes 70 days. Are you allowed to start it earlier? Is that a thing? Mongolia has attacked Maklik. The Carlos won the second to last. Kingdom wins. The CNTFA always lose. Maybe we'll play that one at some point in the future. I really enjoyed the Spain playthrough in the default game. The Nationalists have murdered Puerto Rico's police chief. This morning we received chilling reports from Puerto Rico. Apparently, two Puerto Rican nationalists, Hiram Rosado and Elias Beauchamp, assassinated the chief of police of the island, Colonel Francis E. Riggs. Considered by the locals as an act of revolutionary justice, praxis, as Riggs was blamed for the Rio Piedras massacre. It was then followed up by the extrajudicial murder of both nationalists at the hands of the local police acting on orders. Not enough for the nationalists to have managed to assassinate a high-ranking official on the island and having gained two martyrs, the nationalist leader presented himself in the funeral of the victims, providing a stirring speech to the crowd. We have already brought you the precious ashes of other heroes. Nationalism has brought this island its transmutation, for man was not born to vegetate nor grow fat and strong, but to stand firm by the supreme principles worthy of his immortality. There is only one gateway to immortality, the gateway of valor, which leads to sacrifice for a sacred cause. We must all sacrifice ourselves for the independence of our country. With this, the future of the island become more uncertain. With each passing day, as more and more people join the nationalist rank, revolt is inevitable. A brickhead, have a good night, my friend. See you again soon. Panama has declared war on the West Indies also. By the way, West Indies, we hate you too. I don't know. Clashes in Windsor! The city of Windsor lies directly across from Detroit, a suspected stronghold for the Combined Syndicates of America. We've suspected for a while now that Syndicalist agents have crossed the border secretly, some with the refugees, and now it seems that belief has been vindicated, with the city being engulfed in clashes between industrial workers and the police. The police say these sympathizers are being spurred on by Syndicalist agents. Whether true or not, the violence continued for several days, and only just now has been contained. Our civilian factory has been damaged in southern Ontario. But now if we want to, we can strengthen our various borders. I hope it's not super expensive. How does anyone ever have enough political power to do all the things they want to do? Like, did I screw up really early with something involving political power? So, I have a political power gainer on my council. That's the fun part, you don't? Perhaps so. Alright, so we have to choose who to support. Does not have the national spirit divided nation. We don't have that, do we? We have Anglo-French tensions. We do have divided nation still. Okay. So we can't get involved in the war with divided nation on. I'm surprised by that. Where at this point we have a government with a fairly high percentage of power, right? The king himself controls 60 plus 7%. That 60 is huge. I thought we were a democracy. So apparently you can't continue down. Yeah, well, you have divided nation. That's awkward. That's awkward. Alright, so addressing the army. I don't see divided nation here, unfortunately. I only typed in Divi, so... Project Plow. There's nothing there. Huh. Maybe it's an event thing at some point. So the only reference to it on the focus tree is crossing the border. I sure do hope the game pops up with, hey, do you want to stop divided nation? Because if not, this is kind of a lame stop on what's an obvious choice. Right? I'm going to support the US. No, you're not. Because at one point you did not successfully choose to, I don't know, whatever. Let's get the conference going. We're gathering the Dominion together to talk, have an Imperial conference, hoping the people have better lives than they would otherwise. Also, do I have points in my IDDC? I do. We can invite Costa Rica in. You really should join us. They agree. So enough points to give to one and only one power this year. I'm not allowed to invest in myself again. So, Costa Rica's struggling right now. If I unpause it and available as a target, possibly. They're not. They're not. So maybe only the parties that were in previously get this. So if Japan ends up becoming a belligerent towards us, I'd like to strengthen Hawaii, but I'm going to need Australia and Africa to help. Not Africa, sorry. Sorry. I was thinking you had too much. We need Australia to help. I need India to help with possibly Middle Africa, that I assume is German. Hawaii's lack of manpower, I figure that's the case. So maybe going to India makes a good deal of sense. Yeah, India, please help me. Thank you. Alright, so we can militarize something. Add more forts Wufan. Or we can settle down New England, which really should be chill until the war's over. Or we can build some factories. I need those factories badly, but... Or I continue saving for an army chief. And that's the one that is never going to happen, I'm afraid. Hey, it's one troop returned, didn't it? The highest level soldier we have. You're going to join the border forces. Thank you. Good. Okay. If I want to fight, I need to hold Detroit. So, Southern Ontario is what I like to support if possible. Can I build forts there? Ottawa, Montreal, Vancouver, or Halifax? So, which portion do you want to defend here? I can't defend exactly what I want to. Ottawa makes sense. Or I just trust we can get enough troops there to hold the line. Possibly. I kind of have a rural address to see what happens. So while you're in the midst of a royal tour, which I think we're doing, are we? Okay, so we had a tour a while back, on which the only thing that came out of it was that the king was soiled by accusations of illicit romantic liaisons. Okay, I'm gonna have the king make a speech. I don't exactly know what we get for this, but he has more war support, and I think it might be useful. But is as useful as getting... Never mind, I'm saving it. I need factories. After all of that, Alberta gets a factory, hooray, hooray. Eventually I found it. Other air wings with no duties. Closer support. I need to put you onto... I need an army here pretty badly. Yeah, we need a fourth army, unfortunately. Brotherman here says, we are ready to invade. Everyone's here. Preparing. I'm invading early. Here we go. Here we go. Dravida Nadu has been capitulated. India is more India stuff. I believe that Panama has moved at least most of its forces over to the front there, which I'm now going to delete. And I'm hoping beyond hope that we're able to make this invasion finish and get back to the US as fast as we possibly can. Yeah, I suspect that sweeping in from Minnesota is going to be a faster way to Chicago than fighting through Detroit. Given the squabbling here, this being the easiest way across that bridge, they've got to have a fairly large force ready. I think holding the line here and pushing through here makes sense. We'll see. The Guangzhou Federalist government's been proclaimed. With their power base secured on the prosperous city of Guangzhou, the Federalist movement in China has proclaimed their own rival government. Yet another one. Shen Zhongming, Governor General of Liangguang, and commander of the National Defense Army, declared his intention to bring together the disparate provincial governments throughout the country, tackle the warlord problem head-on, and restore democracy, where bandits and party dictators refuse to negotiate into reform. While short on declaring war on the internationally recognized government of China... Is there actually a China? Is there a China? I honestly don't know who I'm supporting when it comes to China. I don't remember recognizing anyone, frankly. Alright. It's clear his power base is secured in the south. The cautious leader would move north when the time is right. Should rival leaders refuse his demands for political and economic reforms. So he's marching from here. What a nice face you got. He's in the Public Interest Party. I read that as Public Internet Party, and I was like, whoa, 1937 is crazy. Time has come for us to contribute to the IEDC. So our contribution to our economic firm, they currently have 100. So if I don't invest, we can still spend one, including ourselves. Okay, I'm a good guy. I invest 25. I'm a bad guy. I invest in myself. Myself, sorry. One more dockyard for more convoys, more good. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. Alright, the naval invasion on the way, allegedly. The IEDC advisors allows to use our economists and all the rest. What do we do with the IEDC? We get bonus resource gain, and fewer people want supplies, so more civilian factories for ourselves. Need the naval engineers, faster dockyarding, or construction engineers. We construct things faster for 365 days. So I wonder which one's better. Considering good factoring out by 6% does give us additional construction here. Oh gosh, everything's on fire. Oh, poor dear sweet everything's on fire. I have 2 factories currently helping with repairing stuff. May need more. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm gonna have helping with the economy, I think. Just get the invasion over, please. Oh, I thought I said go ahead and do it. Oh, maybe you do have to finish the invasion preparation. So, pushing this one go does not go. It does not went, unfortunately. Alright, better construction, faster construction, fantastic. It's a straight upgrade with no need to do anything. I mean, more extraction, I don't know. We're so far behind on steel, it doesn't even matter that much. That said, better production efficiency or more factories and such. And none of these are exactly what I need right now. I'll go ahead and take the excavation, though. Anything we can dig out of the ground would be very, very good. I need to increase infrastructure to have a possibility of getting more and more and more items out here. Also, it makes a lot of sense for us to do the national focus to help find more resources. That'd be a nice thing. But what is not a nice thing, a small nationalist contingent on 50 men, inspired by the sacrifice of Hiram Rosado, alias Beauchamp, John Brown, I'm sure, have stormed a police station armed with little more than a few smuggled weapons, knives, and their fists. They managed to successfully seize it and escape to the El Yunque forest. I assume this is in Puerto Rico. Before reinforcements could arrive to stop them. As an investigation on the case was ongoing, it was clear the plan had been carefully orchestrated with insider support. An investigation of the police stations and garrison has shown us the Nationalists may have bigger sway than originally thought. Some police officers have willingly given access to rebels to weaponry in some instances. While for all intents and purposes our lost equipment isn't big, it's still a significant step for the Nationalists. And now they have the means to carry out even more daring attacks. Oh dear. I recognize I can deploy 1 extra unit. Yeah, I have 1 unit hanging out here as the Army of Quebec. I think I should send them immediately over to Puerto Rico. El Army de Puerto Rico. What's the word for army in Spanish, please? Who has the most vaguely Spanish name among you? There's no one of the sort. It's not a language we know. Exercito? Exito? Like exercise? Lovely. Or like exertion, possibly. Thank you. Hope that's true. Robert Brooke Popham was the hero over in Spain before. You want to do it again, man? Interested in doing that kind of thing? Better entrenchment. Welcome back to the force. You all are going to have a defensive line. There. Off you go. Hopefully Puerto Rico chills. I think more troops. The convoy problem is now a real problem. We need a bunch more of those. My poor dockyard. Everything is broken. I'm moving another factory to help with repairs. I need to get these people in line. For that, I need 6 more army experience. Also, our fuel's run out so quickly. I believe that's the preparation of the invasion down here. Okay. I have more flotillas assigned than I want to. So you all stop that. As I'm going to deploy the entire fleet instead of just one. Oh, stop. Everyone get docked up. We just need the flagships. No worries, no worries. We'll still have some fuel problems, but not as bad as we had a moment ago. Y'all good? Y'all good? Alright, we got 68 days now. Much, much better. I do wonder if I'll regret having my main fleet down there. How do I make divided government go away, I wonder? So we can decide on Alaska. I need that one to hang out for now. That's all we can do currently. Okay. So with 40 points, I can directly suppress the people here. Paraguay declared war on Argentina. Argentina is currently fighting against the anarchist folks down here. Now the case that I should have taken some territory. Chile is surprised, and then Peru declared war on Ecuador, Bolivia on Paraguay, South America in crisis. I'm sorry I can't help you right now, not even a little bit. Alright, so what, 36 more days? 26 more days until the invasion can begin. Puerto Rican militias are attacking patrols. I have a giant army there. With the seizure of arms in recent months, it was clear the Nationals were aiming to mount an insurgency. Today we received our first reports of skirmishes occurring in different parts of the island. While San Juan is safe for the time being, it's not uncommon to see armed militias roaming the surrounding areas to El Yunque, Carite, Susa, and Del Marfio forests. While the insurgents have yet to take any direct action towards this main city, it's clear they're planning to eventually begin attacking them. Should we send reinforcements? 27,000 manpower goes down. They take 2,000 rifles. Does this create 2,000 rifles for them? I should be buying some of those probably. Or local garrison. Nope, we send reinforcements. Maybe they have no weapons. I'm not sure what's happening. This game expected me to have more than 2,000 rifles. Did they expect me to just make a bunch of military factories early? The Finnish Socialist Workers' Republic has joined the Third National. Oh no. So both Norway and Finland have chosen the path of syndicalism of some sort. Sweden is doing the social democracy still with King Gustav still. What a mess. What a mess. And of course Russia through all of this are market liberals. So it's going to be Russia and Germany versus the rest? What delightful pairing that is. I mean, is the standard move, like, to, with a bunch of extra artillery, I guess anything we have a good pile of, I should switch more production to the rifles. I guess. Hate to change lines, but... And now we're struggling with steel. I think the steel struggle is the biggest thing. King Edward's partying lifestyle. Oh, comma no. Oh, comma no. Well, we have new divisions. I need them to go support Puerto Rico, certainly. Okay, good. Since assuming his father's throne, King Edward has been lighting up the Canadian social scene, throwing parties to the royal state and mingling with socialites on the regular basis. Paris Hilton shows up. Indeed, the new king appears to be enjoying his new status so much, it led to a growing commentary in Canadian newspapers that Edward doesn't seem to be taking his role with the gravity that some would expect for a British exile. I saw him laughing and carrying on with lords and ladies, one witness stated. You'd think he didn't have a care in the world, that he may as well have been back in London. Monarchists have been quick to defend the king, saying his social appearances are quite normal, and should be welcomed after George V's long period of reclusiveness following the royal exile from the home Isles. Oh dear. So Edward's popularity has gone down? That said, it was fairly high, so now it's only moderate. Better than it could be. Okay. Tibet and the Maklik are in a peace deal. It does not say the peace deal gave them. Maybe it was the white peace. No, Tibet took a giant bite out of Maklik. Tibet will become the major power. Look at him. Sarang Zaza, the Young Tibet Party, authoritarian Democrats. They believe in peace, sort of. Let's see. So, does anyone know, will I get an event to be able to get rid of a government divided? Or is it just stuck there, and so I can't get involved in crossing the border? Because the only divided nation on the entire focus tree is this one right here. I don't know. With the 8th Imperial Conference ready to begin, the Prime Minister should consider what the focus should be. Should we advocate the Dominion of Canada is best suited to retake the home islands as soon as possible, or instead focus on improving the dominions of the Empire so they're better prepared in war in the long run? So do we try to grab the home islands as fast as possible? More political power immediately, it's a huge one. And then faster construction for 180 days. That's not that long. Or improve their dominions first. So all the dominions receive the bonuses and I get nothing. Though I want the home isles, I don't think I can do it solo. Especially with so many of the European nations choosing socialism. Or whatever you want to call it in this game. Syndicalism. I don't like that name at all. It's awkward to say. I understand trying to understand like a wider variety of socialisms and anarchisms and all the rest than just Stalinism, but still. I'm sorry. Gotta help the other parts of the empire, obviously. So with that done, we can now draft our bill. With the election finally over, it's time for the government to concentrate on Bill C7, was to determine the country's approach to conscription, the military industry, and national security. The debate will begin the moment it's introduced in the House of Commons, and will consume the government's attention until it's complete. I didn't realize it works on military industry also. Alright, so my party has a tremendous amount of power in the government right now. Like, so much. I hope the bill goes through. The Imperial Conference begins, with leaders representing the remnants of the British Empire gathering in Canada. After an opening ceremony headed by King Edward VIII, the Prime Minister of Canada is the first to speak, giving a rousing speech where he stressed that, while the ultimate goal remains retaking the home isles, that cannot happen without building up the different dominions of the Empire. For now, helping them is Canada's first and foremost goal. But wait! As the nationalist guerrillas continue fighting on in the countryside, their leader, Pedro Albuza Campos, continues living comfortably at the corner of the Sol and Cruz streets in the old section of San Juan. With the situation escalating, a permanent guard was set up around his home and personal life. A police car is stationed at the front at all times. photographs of any person enter or exit the complex are taken. We are the surveillance state. How did this happen? Whenever Albizu exits his home, the central radio of the police force is informed, and it relays the information to all the police force on the island. Whenever he or his family goes out for a walk, they're followed by a police officer, and all correspondence to the house has been intercepted, and we dig through his trash. Despite all of this, little evidence has been found to link him to the insurgents, although he has been seen providing stirring speeches to crowds in different parts of the nation, asking people merely to fight for independence, which later inspires people to join the militias. While this evidence is rather shaky, it should be enough to put him behind bars temporarily. The problem is the nationalists are not bound to let that happen without a fight, as Albizu is seen widely the national hero. Letting him keep free is only escalating the situation. Innocent until proven guilty. Good guy king. With that said, it's a very small place, Puerto Rico. And so if I have troops standing there, what happens if a revolution fires? I don't know. They better not get exiled immediately. If they get exiled immediately, I'd be very, very cross, I guarantee. Struggle with convoys. As expected. It might be time to stop making other boats. They're taking forever to get done. Ugh. Okay. I'm sorry to ship. I mean, all the ones with no steel. I should have... You know what? If I actually stopped all of these, some of them are actively consuming steel, correct? No, we just have no steel at all. It's really quite rough. And of course, the convoys need steel too. So maybe it's time for us to, I don't know, start spending civ factories on steel. $21. Who can give me some? Who can give me some? Alright, so there's no one on our continent who can give me some, unfortunately. Hey Odin, good seeing you. Just coming back to the game. Is there a best combat whip people use now? So, I am very bad as a meta player because the numbers keep changing. When I first learned the game, it was 20-20-20 all the way. Does anyone in chat know the correct number now for the meta? The Reddit meta, so-called? I was 32, I think, but I'm very forgetful, and I tend to not care about that kind of thing, because I don't play multiplayer, but oh, Demon's good seeing you indeed. It's intervals of 18 now. Thank you, Chaucer. Thank you for knowing these things. I forget. I can't spend convoys right now because I do not have any. One of these days I will, and that'll be good, but not yet. Debate on the proposed Bill 7C and its promises of sweeping changes to Canada's armed forces, industry, and national security has now begun. With the Conservative Party's slim hold on power, passing the bill might prove challenging. With a defeated bill comes a fallen government, so passing the bill is of extreme importance. Prime Minister Bennett might have to consider compromising with low opposition, though not so much he angers his own allies. I guess last election we didn't have as big of popularity for the king. Oh, 32 is my last run? Got it. 18 is the correct number. I went 32 because I found it hilarious to do so. Thank you, thank you. Alright, we'll see how the election goes. There's an airbase here also. Well... I'm gonna have you join the local army. Man, if all these people defect, I'd be very, very unhappy. Very unhappy indeed. Italian Civil War returns once more. Oh, and we thought they said it couldn't happen. Ever since the armistice that ended the Italian Civil War 20 years ago, Italy has been in an uneasy state of peace. However, after Black Monday, there's still going on about the stock market, and the withdrawal of Austrian troops from the Italian peninsula, few believed peace would last much longer. After rising tensions across the world, the Social Republic of Italy has taken the initiative and declared war on the opposing Italian regime, denouncing them as an artificial state propped up by imperialist powers and vowing to fulfill the unification of Italy. Volunteers and supplies, come on down, come on down, come on down. Civil War's back again. Also, one moment. So, Italian Republic of the North, Social Republic here, the Pope is independent. We'll see who wins this thing. Yeah, if I were not involved in wars myself, it'd be really fun to continuously send volunteers around the world. I believe I was told the German playthrough begins that way. You just send volunteers anywhere you can to prop anybody you want. Also, Hungary is being defeated, being eaten from the outside. Is Austria attacking Hungary? Oh. Huh. Hungary is part of the Balkan War, correct? No. I don't remember why this war started, but the Austrian Empire gets larger and larger indeed. A delegate from West India speaks. They give a speech of the dire need for investment in capital funds. The British exile has channeled so much of their funds to helping Canada through the Great Depression, he feels maybe some of it could be spent for West Indians? We say we'll help. The Empire believes in them. Good guy us. How many more days? 8 more days, and we can go and launch our way into Panama. A syndicalist uprising in the state of Washington has spilled across the border. And militia units use it to evade and get around their opponents. This has caused considerable consternation in the region as Canadian forces have needed to move in and tighten security, with several clashes having already occurred along southern highways. Several incidents of attacks and looting on civilian townships have led to British Columbia being gripped with fear, thinking that at any moment the syndicalist militias could arrive out of nowhere. That's not good. Nobody likes that. My infrastructure is damaged again. I don't like looking at the construction queue, because everything has been damaged. Let's go and send a 4th factory over to help with that. Golly, golly, golly. So, I wonder why they start repairing where they do, as this thing is closest to being fixed. And so I don't know if it goes top to bottom here, or in order of nearness to being completed. It is top to bottom. Huh. In that case, I need to be a little bit more micro-y here, I guess. I was going to just say attentive, but I think micro-y is the right word for right now. That's a little annoying. Alright. Hope that works out. Australasian delegates speak. The next to speak is the delegate from the Australasian Confederation, who gives a speech about how the Australasian military is in dire need of proper training and upgrading its firearms. Without such, he fears the Australasian Confederation will be ill-equipped to assist in a distant war against the syndicalists, and requests his fellow Dominions send whatever advisors they can. We send ourselves some advisors. I'm surprised we don't have any questions in the conference. Like, do we send advisors, or do we use our advisors at home? Greedy, greedy, greedy us. We're so ready. So ready. 6 days. All this for the Panama Canal. British India needs assistance. It seems we are all in dire straits, he added with a chuckle. But I remain confident there's investment enough to go around. In the coming years, we'll see all of us not only recovering, but seeing rapid growth as we prepare for war. We'll do our best to help. So I'm very surprised. Am I surprised? No. I feel a little bit bad that I keep spending IEDC power on myself. Like, we have a number of other parties we could be helping substantially. The West Indies are in terrible poverty, such to the point that they've been bringing back slavery, right? Costa Rica is being invaded by Panama right now. India has fought multiple wars, right? I've been very unkind in my leadership position, but this is the bad guy resort you play through. Here is how it goes. Perhaps the most important issue covered by our bill of conscription is that of conscription. The conservative government has avowed it intends to employ extensive conscription across the country. There are those in the party, however, who have expressed grave concern over the reaction from the French Canadians and suggested a more limited form, while still objectionable to the French, would at least not stir up violence and might actually get support from the Liberals on the bill. Alright, so let's see. We said full conscription, it is full conscription, or military more limited version. Okay. So, I don't have that many weapons right now. So even if we get tons and tons of troops, I don't have the industry to support them. And I'm not sure when, if ever, I will. It is, of course, a big difference here. I worry the bill will fail, though. They keep mentioning my slim majority. We're going for full. We'll bribe people we have to get the thing through. It's gonna be great. Gonna be great. Gonna be great. How's the war going? Who has died so far? Costa Ricans and French people. Hey, the French are here. The French made it here before I did, because they came into the south. Interesting. So France sent people from Africa all the way down and around. We were going to invade here, but the French took the port, or not French, the Panamanians took the port before we get there. This time, though, the big invasion is about to launch. But first, a message from South Africa. They need more investment in science. The economy needs modern science, or not to stagnate. The military needs modern weapons. The Dominion must send what they can. We send some professors over. What good guys we are. You ready? You invading? 2 days. I'm getting too excited for this invasion. I worry that Costa Rica will have fully fallen. Also, the southern Indians, Hyderabad, has attacked poor old Gandhi. Gandhi's been making speeches over and over again, desiring that the Indians rise up for independence from powers that are not their own. I've got some concerns for Gandhi's future here. The Imperial Conference of 37 is now over. We can focus on putting into practice our decisions that came about the conference. There's hope that perhaps this marks the dawn of a new era for the Dominions and a strengthening of bonds, but only time will tell. I believe we got ourselves some new decisions off of that. Not that I actually want to use any of them, but let's see. Anything new? Anything new? I don't see anything new right now. Other than possibly getting the Yankees to chill. I believe when this one's finished. No. When did I have... I picked up 100 political power on something. And used it on something. But what that something is, I don't know. Oh, gosh. The deal with the rebels feels kind of bad. But... sure. I'm saving for 150. I have to get my army chief. Now, the invasion of Panama should give some army points also. Maybe. I'm in the wrong hemisphere. Okay. I was looking at the Dominion, I suppose. Yes, sir! Yes, sir, indeed. The plan has begun. Here we go. Invasion, let's go, let's go. Sympathy strikes across Canada. Across the nation, numerous labor unions have risen up in sympathy strikes to the Combined Syndicates of America. Whoa, whoa, whoa! The king loves you. The king makes sure you have a fair wage. Don't become syndicalists. The SPA, they say, has been unfairly characterized as tyrannical when it's merely combating the larger tyranny of capitalism run rampant. They want the Canadian government to stop fear-mongering against the syndicalists. The strikes have been unruly and disruptive and in several cases resulted in violent clashes with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Several arrests made, the RCMP is keeping a close eye on strike organizers. Syndicalism more popular, we lose more stability. Oh goodness. Hey! The Puerto Rican nationalist surrenders. So I deployed troops here in case of an insurrection. But after months of seemingly unsuccessful guerrilla warfare, short on supplies, and just as popular sentiment towards independence is dying down, nationalist insurgents have been coming out of the forest and surrendering to the garrisons. It seems that finally our grip on the island is securing. Oh, thank goodness. So because of that, I'm going to take the highest level group and have them go join the border force. I'm actually going to take 2 of them for right now. Paraguay and Argentina have ended their hostilities. Oops. We'll leave 1 force down here to watch Puerto Rico. I kind of rename the 1 force left behind. We'll get that in a second. Paraguay and Argentina have chilled again. I think Argentina may have taken this slice here, but I'm not quite sure how it all fits together. Okay. The invasion begins. There's 1 of them and 10 of us. Very low attack per the defense. War over in Jabal Shamar. The Middle East is on fire again. Go boats go! Hey, the Treaty of Budapest! Hungary has capitulated. Hungary has forced its total surrender to the Austrian Empire. The Austrian forces, along with a number of independent Hungarian social conservative supporters, have forced Zoltán Tildy, and his government into exile. A new government has been established to rule Hungary in cooperation with the Austrian Empire. Karl I has remarked this mutual agreement will bring a new age of prosperity and cooperation to Hungary. Zoltán Tildy responded by stating that even in exile, he'll continue to fight for Hungary and support all resistance efforts in his homeland. Can't wait to take something over one of these days. I also wonder if I should have brought a higher level officer. India wants to send me, I don't know what those are, SMLE Mark 5s on a monthly basis. I'm sorry I have no convoys, it's pretty bad. Exactly the number we need. The fall of Bucharest. Oh no. Oh no, team. It's all falling apart. SMLE's an infantry rifle. We do need those pretty badly. 2 decades have passed since Bucharest was occupied during the Weltkrieg, and it's now once again fallen to enemy hands. Despite the Romanian army's spirited defense, Bulgarian troops have forced their way through. The aging forts around the city were reactivated to provide some relief to the capital, but of no use. The Armenian and Jewish quarters in the Uranus area offer resistance, the latter aided by the presence of the Metropolitanate and Arsenal Hills. Friends, an ad break is coming right now. I want to do the crossword, but I want to finish this message first. So 3 minutes of ads, you won't miss anything but this bit here right here. With the major arteries of Calia Victoria, I don't know how to pronounce Bucharestian words, Queen Elizabeth Boulevard and Serban Voda Way captured, their fall is all but certain. Is this like Hungarian? It's Hungarian, right? Or Bulgarian? Oh no, never mind, I'm done. Romanian! It's Romanian! I know languages, I swear. 3-minute ad break, and then we'll get back to the game for not too much more time. But I want to at least invade this fine place. Fine place is known as Panama. Exceedingly ultra. What is ARN here then? Son of Prince Valiant. Arn? Ooh. Okay, so this might be wrong. Light measure reflection. I don't know. Okay, I'm feeling weird about two of these, but we'll keep it in mind. One whose work is a serious undertaking. How about a gravedigger or mortician? Undertaking. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Love it. What is Oterai? Oh, Sherry O'Terry. I made the joke that the only Sherry I knew is Sherry O'Terry, and it was indeed her. A comedian on Saturday Night Live and a few other places. A rap. Said, oh, it's enchilada. I said earlier I want envelope. Enchilada is a kind of that. Kind of rap. Some startup co-founders, like I said, SRI or CEOs, CTOs, that kind of thing. I think Untangle is sort out. So probably chief technology officers for the startups. Backbones. Backbones. I wouldn't be surprised if something is wrong here, but what it is, I have no idea. Like, the only word that comes to mind is Carta, a la Magna Carta. Reddish-brown, semi-precious stone. So a three-hanky film is a weepy? The weepies. Reddish-brown stone. Salt? No idea. Utter, there's too much missing. Blank Sioux. Nebraska tribe. I lived in Nebraska, I don't know though. A comedy with Sophia Loren and Paul Newman, no idea still. Okay, looks back on. Remember clearly. A question that might prompt a quick cover-up. It is indeed about getting clothes on. So, are you decent? Albedo, of course. Stash is to store up. Are you decent? Cool. That one I do not know. A pitcher handle. Yeah, I don't know. Glimpse as the future. Okay. I think something is definitely wrong here. But what it is temp good? Pro-tem. That could be wrong. Not inclined to crush aromantic seems right. Glimpse. SEI. The word seism comes to mind. Enchilada, maybe? No, I'm pretty sure it's an I, because it's chili. Like, sees something. Blank ray. Well, okay. So ML is not going to work. So there's laser rays. Ray. Manta ray. I bet I just spelled enchilada wrong, probably. And Chlada? Not sure. Manta ray is good, though. Alright. Flower-like decoration on a cake. I do not know what those called at all. Tagline. Ooh. That's awkward. What's 5 down for nut butter? Cashew spread, which is delicious. Okay, feeling things, like attending to, emotive, venomous reptiles and adder, digs of Private Ryan. I said it's Tay-Dig, and I add that in now. Sheds. Loses, possibly? But Japan is definitely a mountaineering country. Sheds. Noses. Building extensions, not sure. Alright. We pause the game there. We'll get back to that one again tomorrow, I suspect. For today, though, what matters is the ongoing invasion of Panama. The line is going in the correct direction. Go, line, go. Go, line, go. And I'm guessing I can't set fronts for them until they actually made it in. But I want to say we got it. Bill C7. The future of Canadian industry. Recovery from the Great Depression left Canada's industry in a deplorable state, and the government insists the nation needs to industrialize at an incredibly rapid rate if it hopes to challenge the Union of Britain's power. Hey, buddy. Mr. Fritz arrives at the time I should be ending stream. He knows how time works. The Liberal plan, put forward by C.D. Howe, suggests that Canada should focus its funding on urban infrastructure and civilian economy. Those, combined with incentives, should bring the needed military investment in the long run. The Conservative plan is to nationalize the armament and naval industries now and build up with government funding, even if the rest of Canada's industrial base lags behind. So no, I very much enjoy having a good civilian basis for more building in the future. We'll compromise. What a good guy we are. Oh, is my Air Force deployed? I assigned the Air Force to Brotherman there, but I don't think they can reach anything, unfortunately. Let's see. Well, maybe they can, I don't know. Close air, can you go like do some bombing and such? Those are fighters. This is closer support. Can you reach that far? I don't think so. I don't think we can, unfortunately. Oh, we have an aircraft carrier. Thank you for reminding me of that. We have an aircraft carrier we can try to use this way. I worry about fuel as always, but where is it? Where is it? It's this group. HMS Hermes. How do I deploy your air units? Give me the carrier, please. I do not know how deploying airplanes works. Okay. So... Oh, it's under, of course under Air Force. Thank you. They're under Air Force. Exactly. Exactly. Thank you for reminding me. Alright, alright, alright. You are naval bombers and fighters. Of course it is. Goodness gracious. Yeah, unfortunately the fighter... I mean, I can set up air supremacy, but I don't believe Panama has an Air Force. But sure, why not? Here. You all. Let's get looking around. Like you to, camp for missions when the carrier's docked. Alright, carrier. Alright, carrier. Alright, carrier. Alright, carrier. Fiddly, fiddly, fiddly. So, they're all docked right now. You beautiful. Do I have to put the whole fleet on naval invasion support? Probably. Or is it a move it? Okay. Can I? The clicking does nothing. Right click the C zone. I'm right clicking repeatedly. The right clicking does nothing. I don't know, team. Hit H then move? Alright, H! Move! There we go. They're assigned to Strike Force. Alright, so Naj and Haas capitulated. Jabal Shamar is still the Saudi Arabian power? Yeah, unfortunately not, but if I don't have enough fuel to naval invade. So while we're moving, the fuel problems are substantial. Romania capitulated to Bulgaria. Oh no. We're in position now, allegedly. So may I use my Air Force against the mighty Panamanians such as those? Hello. Fighters. Give me support, if you please. Air superiority. Did I do that right? I don't know. And they have naval bombers. Can you only bomb naval ships? Gonna land. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Very good. And you all... Can I give you closer support? No. I think you can navally bomb. That's really all. Very well, very well. The invasion continues. Day after day. Month after month. We're almost through one of their groups. Having supply problems, but there are more and more Canadians to throw in there. Are you all getting experience points possibly? Hey, and from the west side, with the Kingdom of Hawaii supporting them, Costa Rica grows once more. Don't you dare touch the Panama Canal. Don't you dare. I'll be so upset. Eastern Turkestan has fallen, so looks like the connection between West and East will be held by someone vaguely Chinese. Uh-oh. Wait, why? The Dominion of India has decided to also attack Gandhi. I will not be helping you. You're too far away. But for what reason? Like, is there a way to know? It's annexing certain states. Poor Gandhi. Gandhi's getting chopped up. How'd that non-violence work for you in 1937? Also, how's the MacArthur doing? MacArthur has expanded south. Also, Ireland is here to help him out. Well, delightful, delightful. We have a message here from India. I'm going to say I'm going to help, but then I can't actually come. I'm sorry. You're too far away. The battle will take 20 days more. Will we ever land? My little airplanes do anything? I guess I can move some close air support onto this carrier. Oh, I do that actually, shouldn't I? So if we go to... Oh, don't you have like special carrier-based airplanes? You can't just throw anything onto it? The 90 here... Yeah, the 90 on Puerto Rico, I can't deploy there, unfortunately. Time's over. Fritz needs attention. Yeah, Cat Fritz is currently at my feet. He wants me to pet him very much. I'd like that also, but I said I was going to try to resolve this invasion before anything else. Now, it'll take 24 plus days. We've taken pressure off of here, allowing Costa Rica to push some. Break through! Break through! You can do it! Now saying 10 days, that's a bit of a breakthrough. How about domestic security? What you say? Canada's been able to avoid a bitter class war that's engulfed Britain after the Great War, but conflict between the Canadians and the British exiles is growing, as has syndicalist sentiment among Canada's labour unions. Both the Conservatives and also the Liberals suggested the RCMP be granted sweeping powers to crack down on dissidents, with the minister to act as chairman on parliamentary committee to oversee the process. For a very brief moment, I imagined a Mountie sitting on the back of a horse with a broom. They have sweeping powers. The Conservatives proposed that Maxwell Knight, renowned hardliner and British exile, be a good chairman. The Liberals, meanwhile, had said that Ernest Lapointe would do a better job. He may be more moderate in views, but as an MP from Quebec, he is far more in tune with French Canadians. So number one, we need Knight. More political power. Social conservatism goes down. RCMP has special powers. Lapointe gives no points. Haha. Or no secret police were in this together. No secret police. The king rules by fear from his throne. Everyone knows that he's in charge. Oh dear. Oh dear. 10 more days. All of our units have no organization left. Did we just fail the invasion?
Yes, sir.
How embarrassing. Where are you trying to go? Are you going to here? They want to go, like, hang out and support from this side instead. I guess I don't mind that. That said, that feels bad. So 2 of their units managed to hold off our stronger fleet, or sorry, strongest portion of the fleet, as well as 10 divisions. That's very frustrating. Naval invasions give huge penalty to Marines. Okay, maybe I just need to use Marines. That's a shame. That's a bit of a shame. That said, we look like we got some experience points. Indeed, we got some level up points on some people. Hopefully as they get replaced, they don't lose their levels. But, alright, they're getting home. The fleet was not invasion support. It is true. It is true. I just had him hang out there. Maybe invasion support would have been better. Unfortunate. What does the division template look like? We don't show division templates on this channel. If I show division templates, all you're going to do is say that's bad. Not sad. I'm going to have to show you, because this is the first time I've had enough army experience to make any changes at all. We've had almost no army experience. So it's just that, which is the starting one. I'm going to add in, for the first time ever, a hospital. So I want lots of other changes, but we have no army experience coming in yet other than via battles and very infrequent training, because we have, unfortunately, no weapons at all, and it got even worse recently. The next edition, once we have another 10 points, is going to be to put military police in my garrison regiments. Wouldn't that be nice? I think that'd be nice. Yeah, the locking of division designs behind army experience, I get it. But early game, it can be very, very, very annoying. That said, it is the case that George Philippe level up again. He can become an invader to be better in the future. Or, he can be an organizer, faster planning speed. I don't plan to invade ever again. Oh no, he already has one, I'm sorry. A modification invader. Does it give bonuses to the Marines? Or naval liaison, a better shore bombardment bonus while attacking, I assume, while naval invading. I don't know. That it only affects Marines feels kind of bad. I should probably only use Marines all the way. Hey, a new dockyard! I don't know where that came from, but cool, thanks. It goes on convoys. Thank you very much. I didn't take anything over. I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. Also, oh boy. Trenton, Philadelphia have now gone to the Singles. I can't join, unfortunately. Wait, can I ask directly to join your war? No. No, unfortunately I can't. I could justify a war goal. No, I can't. To the Second World War. I just need to get rid of divided government. Like, that really is the thing. So I can join the war. But I just can't. So who knows. Anyway, team, that's today. Anyway, team, what do we do of value? I don't know. We played Canada sub. We saw the break of the war, or the U.S. rather, civil wars among us. I have no idea what else we did. It's been a good slow day. It's 1937. Tomorrow, some more of this game. We had fun, that's of value. It's true, I really enjoyed myself, but usually at the end of stream, I like stepping back just a half inch and say, okay, from the overall perspective, what did we do? We made our economy stronger, I guess. we passed some bills. The king lost some popularity. That said, tomorrow the question of conscription goes forward. We have 66 power. The liberals don't hate us. We've done a good job. For now, though, I must say thank you. I must say, hope you had a good day. If you enjoyed yourself, consider throwing a follow this way, so you know when next we're on. That will be tomorrow, starting at 8:30 a.m. Japan time, which is the evening for Yon Americans. I do not see much in the way of people to raid here. Maybe one of these days. Hey, thanks for the follows. I appreciate it. Let me go ahead and raid, I don't know, Our friend Rule. We like Rule. He's playing 2 Point Museum, the recently released 2 Point Museum. He's a good guy. When you get there, consider saying hello and wish him well and so on. And you'll see me again tomorrow for more of this, nice and early. Look forward to it. Until then, I'm Resorty. I say thank you. I'll see you again real soon.
Alright, more gears. Oh yeah, in 2 Point, I really like the aquarium. In 2 Point, I really like the aquarium. In real life, I'm much more into like the science museums. The aquariums are awesome. I like aquariums too in real life, but very much we have all that. Hey, Resorty, thank you so much for the raid.